Hello, everyone. Welcome to this stream. You can be watching from anywhere in the country, in the world, and I hope everyone has had a good week. And whenever this is a podcast, you could listen to this through that, or some of you are seeing this as a rerun. I'm going to cover the situations with Israel and some Halloween stories, some Bible talk, and things like that. And hello, Way of the Road. Thank you for your comment and getting everybody excited. Glad to have you on the spaceship. Now switching over. I'm going to put the chat up on the screen. Okay. Alright. And also, I'm going to read Way of the Road. He says, "He's back, ladies and gentlemen. More thugged out than ever. My man Alien is taking no shorts, no hostages, just delivering straight death blows and dropping them truth bombs above." Yeah, shout out to you, Way of the Road. Thank you. And hello, Rebel. Nice to have you here, sir. Always good to have you on the stream. And I usually start, as we do, with the gaming part. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to do the game. And then get into the topics as usual. Alright. So, I hope everybody had a good weekend. I mean, is going to have a good weekend. And if anybody is doing anything interesting, I would like to hear it below. And also, I'm going to do something with my family this weekend, help them out with something. And also, I'm going to be uploading some videos and stuff. And as I said about the crisis with Israel is very troubling. And that's the cat in the background meowing. And the game is launching. Alright, the game is launching. I'll switch it over. And all, I know on both sides there are people that are having problems, but at the same time it's unfortunate that Gaza, the terrorists of Hamas, did what they did. And it's unacceptable to do that to people. They have been through a lot, the Jewish people. And it's an ugly situation. They both have issues with each other. And we'll get into that. I know a lot about Israel from when I was little, from a summer camp I went to. Alright, and now I want to go to the game part while we wait for our guests. And we're going to have Bubbles cried again. I'm going to put the pirate thing, okay? And we're going to have Legends Pirates Online. There we go. As I said, I start with the game, and then we get into the other stuff. Okay. There we go. Got my dude a cool outfit. Alright, so this is a cool island I usually go to in the game. And Rebel, as I said, thank you. I'm glad you're here. And hello, Mary. Glad to have you here as well. Okay. Yeah, so this is... we have this going on the dock. And here we go. We're traveling around. And yeah, so basically this is where the fishing area is. Right here. A lot of fishing stuff. And swimming. Alright. So, I have some Halloween videos coming out, and also some videos with the other thing about the Israel situation. So basically, Israel and Hamas have been fighting each other since 1948, after the Second World, well, not Hamas, I mean Palestine. After 1948, the Jews went to Palestine. After the World War II, and before that, they were going there during the time of Hitler and before he did the different things he did. And also, then they had their land, and then the Palestinians didn't want the Jews there, and then also they didn't like each other. And although of course there's peaceful people on both sides, and Israel during the time of Clinton wanted a two-state solution, and Israel agreed to it, but the Palestinians refused it, and they're motivated by religion. On both sides, of course, are motivated by religion, but also the radical ones, the ones in the Hamas and stuff, they're influenced by their faith to do that because they interpret extremist ideas from their book. And then what happens is you have, say Muslims that are cool people that are not terrorists. And I understand people have family there and stuff that are getting blown up. But basically this conflict goes back from the time of Jesus and before that. And this is how it starts. I'm likely going to talk about this multiple times throughout the stream, as you all like watching this stream, of course. So basically what happened was Abraham had Ishmael first because God promised him he would have a son, and Sarah was too old to conceive, and she wasn't able to have kids through her life for some reason. And they were impatient, and they didn't, they're impatient with God. And if anybody has Bible questions about Christianity, feel free to ask me, because there's a lot of people that what I call Bible perverts, and they pervert things in the Bible, and they'll say certain words mean things in the Bible that they don't. So yeah, that's a situation that's unfortunate. But so basically, with his first son he had with a woman named Hagar, which was his slave maid and a concubine of his wife Sarah, to conceive the chosen child. And this is not what God intended. He wanted him to conceive a child through Sarah, and he just did it anyway because humans are flawed. And he had Ishmael. Hey, way of the road, thank you. I'm glad that you're here, and I like the shout out you did in the beginning. I'm glad to have you on the spaceship. Thank you, man. Hope you're having a good week and you have a good weekend. So as I was saying, so Ishmael was born out of Hagar. She was from Egypt. And basically what happened with Hagar was eventually there's still some dispute about if Ishmael was playing with Isaac. So Ishmael is the person that all the Arabs descend from, and the Muslims come from. All those Muslim countries, they come from Ishmael. And Israel, Isaac, he is the one that is Israel. He's the one that's the Jewish people come from. So basically there's a dispute about that, and then they're suggesting that maybe Ishmael wasn't nice to Isaac, and also Ishmael and Hagar were kind of jealous or uncertain about Isaac, the chosen child, because they wanted the inheritance from Abraham. So Sarah had Hagar and Ishmael cast in the desert. So this woman, she's a single mother, and her child, and they're sent out in the wilderness. Now, we know about wildernesses. We like camping and hiking and stuff. Way of the Road and I like to talk about it. Rebel and I have talked about it. But the wilderness in the Far East is a giant desert. Think of Nevada or something like that. So she was cast out in the middle of nowhere, and she wants to feed her kid, provide him with a place to go, and she couldn't because they were cast out. And when they're dying of thirst, God sent an angel to save them, and God promised that he would have many children. And boy, didn't he have many children. He had the Middle East. And the Jewish people, the ones we have, there's different types, like ethnic groups of Jewish people. You'll have the most notorious one is the Ashkenazi Jews. They are from Europe. So there's a diaspora after the Romans came in there, and as Jesus prophesied, would destroy everything. Because after he died on the cross for our sins, the temple was not needed anymore, and it got destroyed. And then what happened next was with Jesus, Israel, is that there's a diaspora. And there's a word, a Jewish group that went to Spain in that area, and it starts with an S. I have to go Google it, or if somebody wants to Google it in chat, they can. It's an S word, Sephoria or something. And the Ashkenazi Jews, which are from Germany, which are from Russia, Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and France too. They're all over the place in that part of Europe, and so they're mixed with European and Middle Eastern, which is like Israel's in the Mediterranean Sea, so it's like the same group as like the Italians, which is the Romans. So that is the situation with that. That's like some of their history, and then as you all know, that the Holocaust happened, and also there were some issues in Russia too, and then there's a Zionist movement to bring the Jews back to Israel, and eventually they went back to Israel, and they were gone for over 1,000 years. They're in a diaspora, then they went back to the land. And it's a family feud, what you're seeing in the Far East. It's these people that are feuding over it. And I also, want to make that clear. So with, Hamas, they kidnapped people and they killed over 1,000 people. And people are kind of like angry and saying like some of these theories that, like the Jews knew about this thing. And it's like, I really don't think they knew. I think that Hamas cleverly figured out some kind of a way to bypass the Israeli intelligence. Because Israel doesn't really benefit from this at all, in my opinion, because everybody's going to think that they're up to something. Because there's always conspiracies about them all the time throughout history. Like, they were blamed for the Black Plague. Not saying there was Jewish people in history that may have done something bad. No one's perfect. There's, like, Italians had the mafia. Not saying every Jewish person that ever existed was a saint. Of course not. And they did reject Jesus. But of course Jesus will return and save them and deliver them when he returns and creates a new Jerusalem and a new kingdom of 1,000 years of peace on earth. So he will return and help them. Yeah, pray for Israel and the Muslims to have a proper interpretation of Christ. Because they thought he would create he was going to be some kind of a war king, and he was going to do like King David did and defeat the Romans. But Jesus came to save us, like, through the death and resurrection for our eternal salvation. He wasn't as concerned about people coming out of the the earthly realm. So basically, in Egypt may have warned them, and I will say hypothetically, it's like you're getting a tip that a hurricane's coming or a tornado, an earthquake is coming, and it's heading right towards you. I mean, you're not going to necessarily, sometimes you can't really do anything about it but prepare. Like I was talking on ABL the other night, and yeah, maybe they prepared if they did know about it. Something I thought of since then. They prepared by getting themselves ready to attack Hamas if they did attack the people. And it's like, if you don't know yourself, like in The Art of War, I've talked to a few of you about. It's a good book you should check out. If you don't know yourself and your enemy, it's like, you're kind of lost. And just beware of I'm for conspiracy theories. Some of them are true, some of them are. Just beware of some of these things. Like, I think that they were able to bypass their intelligence some kind of a way, and they probably have been working on it for some time. Like, there's dispute about the 9/11 attacks. In my opinion, from what I've researched, the government did know something about that. Probably, yeah. But basically, you know, they planned 9/11 over a long period of time, and they try to bomb, like, the underground. They try to bomb it in 93. So if something were to happen, it would take some time for them to plan it out. And today and tomorrow is the day of jihad. And so basically, with the day of jihad, they're supposed to attack people. So today in France, there was a teacher that was killed by an ISIS person over there, and he was caught and arrested. And also, that's unfortunate, and the teacher was killed. And, and some of the Muslims were saying, like, how, now look, not all Muslims, there are some Muslims that are just regular people. It's called a Sunni Islam. They think they're still in a holy war with us, but like there's people just like going to work or just having a family that are not like that. Of course, they don't interpret it that way. Like in Christianity, you have different interpretations of it. Like you have Catholics and Anglicans, which are similar to Catholics, and the Orthodox, and then you have other variants of Protestantism. So like, and these people, Christianity is totally different than them, but so you have some, the Sunni Muslims that are okay. Then you have a situation where you have the Muslims that are doing these atrocities, a very small percentage. And the psychology of this is that it's not like Christianity where you like repent to Jesus. It's more kind of like an Old Testament interpretation of the world. So Jesus, it's like it was just a prophet to them. He wasn't the Son of God. And Allah is this, like, he's not to the extremist ones. They feel like there's no way out, but they're jihad. And this causes some of them to go into an extremist view of things. And this will lead some people to do some strange, dangerous things to themselves or others. But as I said, all religions and factions of people and groups, there's, people that do evil things. But it's unfortunate that such this group of people over there did what they did, because Hamas was elected by Palestine, and not all the Palestinians agree with Hamas, and many people are just regular people. But like with the Vietnam War, you don't know who's the Viet Cong and who isn't the Viet Cong. And when somebody is in the Viet Cong, they basically were these communists from Asia, and they used kids as shields. They were just, it was absolutely terrible. And it's a similar situation, I'd say, with this war in the Far East, because you don't know who is Hamas and who isn't, and the people, however it was done, elected Hamas. They're either unable to take out Hamas if they're really against it, or a lot of them go along with it. Hamas's targets are in military areas. They're in areas where civilians are. And they believe in death, and that they would be rewarded for these atrocities. And see, it's a perversion of the Christian view of heroism, or good Muslims that don't interpret it in a violent way, and people do something good, believe in Jesus, die on the cross like the Christians, and you die and go to heaven. It's a distortion. Evil is a distortion of good when the devil was from the beginning. That's what people must understand about these things, is that Christ and these people, they perverted his original message. And Jesus said many false prophets would arise, and many will be deceived. And so, and I believe that the Jews must, and it's good for them to have their own state and their own nation. And although a person that believes in Christ is a chosen person of God, also with the Jewish people, he is not, although it's different now since Christ, came in for everybody. We're called the wild olive branch that he took and put us on the olive tree. So the olive tree is still there, though. So, and his calling and his promise is irrevocable. So he'll still keep the promise to the ethnic Jewish people that are descendants of those people from those bloodlines, contrary to what people think. Because he promises somebody or a group of people something, he's going to do it. Even if it's kind of different now since Christ came here and resurrected and went back to his Father and will return, Israel's a part of the plan for salvation. Because he wants to bring them back. And he's going to go in Israel, he'll land in the Mount of Olives, and he'll defeat these people. We don't know when the time or the date of his coming is. But he'll go, and the kings of the earth will unite against Israel, and he's going to open up a big portal or a hole in the ground and dump them all in there, and create 1,000 years of peace, and defeat the Antichrist. Beware, there's going to be an Antichrist that will deceive the Jews into believing that some other person is the Messiah, when it isn't him. And also, there is something about my mouse battery I need to do something with. I just noticed. So, if I do step away for a moment at some point, it's because of the mouse battery. I would get a new one. But, so that's basically what that is. So, I want to put this right here. Alright, so everybody, I'll be getting a mouse battery. Okay, be right back, chat. Be right back. Turn the microphone off.
What do you need?
Turn the microphone off. Alright, I'm back. I got the batteries now, and I forgot to turn off the microphone for a second. Alright, fix this really quick. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Alright, so here we are. Alright. So, I am back. And, okay, so basically, so as I was saying, with the conflict with Israel and all that stuff, it goes back for a very long time. And, we have the people for a long time were fighting over it. And if someone could tell me, if anyone's here, something I was saying before exactly, because I don't recall, but so anyway, so I think I remember. So with the Palestinians, some of them were radicalized by what their religion, influenced them to do, and also on the other side you have people that are trying to, for the Jewish homeland and stuff because of their religious ideology and things like that. So you have this clash of, like, say, the Muslims that they don't want the Jewish people there, and you have the people that don't want the people there because of they both have an ethnic issue with each other, and they both have problems with the ethnic warfare and the warfare with the religions as well, and the land disputes. So that's the problem over there in Israel. All right, we got again these ships, and yeah, and as I said, later on I'll go more into the Israel stuff and, like, the news and stuff that's going on with that. Hello, Stranded. Glad to see you here. Welcome. How is I was kind of talking a little bit about Israel and the history of it and the crisis that's going on over there. All right, so there's people here still. That's good. And also, not that I care either way, but as I was saying, basically, you know, with and we're getting these ships pretty good. And yeah, so basically the situation with Israel that those Muslims, they were radicalized, like the Hamas ones, and also we gotta understand that there's captives there in Israel, I mean in Palestine, from all over, the world, different parts of the world. And also, so basically what happened was, okay, fix the ship. So when you have multiple people from different parts of the world that are kidnapped by these people, and they come together, you know, the people that were kidnapped by Israel and those different countries, and they were sent out away from Palestine, away to Palestine. That's really terrible, and it's a giant crisis. And there's a lot of people that are protesting in different parts of the world and different parts, and even this country, because of the Palestinian people, the pro-Palestinian people, and a lot of them, in my opinion, are defending the terrorist things that happened. It's absolutely terrible. Hello, Sandra. And also, since we have some people in chat, have y'all are y'all doing anything interesting this weekend? And hopefully, y'all's week went well. All right, and this is one of those caves in the game. And as I said, in Israel they went and they killed a no, not Israel, in France. There is a teacher that was killed by them. And basically, by one of the terrorists today, because today was the International Day of Terrorism. It was a day for jihad. This is the undead pirates. And as I said, hello Stranded and Sandra and everybody else. Yeah, some people that they think Palestine is a state, right? And also, because they don't on both sides, you'll have these different factions and stuff, and the way it works is that Israel, I was saying earlier that basically with Israel, so this is where the story starts. So Sandra, there is Isaac and there's Ishmael. And Ishmael was, so Abraham, he had the promised child. He was going to have one, and since Sarah wasn't conceiving a kid, they thought it would be through, Hagar. And basically, what happened with that was, so Ishmael is a descendant of all the people from Arabia, and those are the Ishmaelites. And the Israelites are from the other one. So eventually, Sarah she conceived and had Isaac, and then Ishmael and Hagar were cast out in the desert, and they created all those nations. So Isaac, which is Israel, is his descendants, the people of Israel, the children of Israel. They are the ones that truly would be the ones of that land. And then you have the people that are in different Islamic factions because of their religion teaches them that it's theirs when there is an exodus. So the Jewish people had an exodus after the Roman Empire collapsed. And so basically their Jesus predicted that there would be the fall of Rome, and Rome fell, and basically after Rome fell, they had a diaspora into Europe. The Ashkenazi Jews were the ones in Germany and other parts of the Middle East, and not the Middle East, in parts of Europe. And this other group, which starts with an S, they're for the ones from in Spain and stuff. So we had those two different groups of Jewish people, and then there's this diaspora event, after the Holocaust and before that, the Zionist migration into the Jewish homeland because they were there before, and then like the Ishmaels, they took over everything over there, and then, but it depends who you ask. Like the Quran says, the people, the Christians are of the book, and the Jews are of the Torah, but of course, like things get mixed around in there, and things change up, and you get what you have now, and you have all these different interpretations. Not all Muslims are like that, of course, but you have these factions that do these extremist things. And then you have these conflicts that are going on. And like Hamas, how they went in and which a lot of Muslims believe if you kill a person, it's like killing all of humanity. So there's definitely factions of Islam that don't believe in killing and stuff, but some of them are driven by false ideologies that do violence to people. But of course, people are going to be evil to each other, regardless, either way. And basically, you have that situation. So then what happens next is you have the people, in the Gaza Strip, and how so Israel removed itself from Gaza around 2005, and they had an election. They're going to have this election. So they elected Hamas. We don't know if Hamas had how they won exactly, but Hamas won the election, and they took over, and this was the extremist faction of them. And then you have these situations now with with this attack. So they live streamed it on YouTube and all over the place. About what they were doing, the mass murder they were doing. They weren't even trying to hide it. And so what I mean by they had this concert, and then with the concert, they went and took the people out of the concert, obviously, and they kidnapped them and brought them into Gaza. and there's people from multi different countries. And a teacher was stabbed today, and tomorrow might be kind of strange too, possibly. So yeah, that's what's going on with that, and the dispute has been going on for over 1,000 years, and they've been fighting each other. And I think I told you hello earlier, Stranded. Glad to have you here. Hello. And I see what you're saying, Way of the Road. I'll get to you in a moment. Alright. Alright, right on Way of the Road. Well, that's cool. You're going to go hike around and see the eclipse. Yeah, the eclipse is pretty cool. I think that'd be something cool to see, yeah. Alright. Getting this thing out. I always like the eclipses and stuff. They're very interesting to see. That's good. It sounds fun, Way of the Road. Thanks for sharing. Oh yeah, Stranded. Yeah, Stranded. That makes sense. Yeah, it's like because you have this situation where Israel doesn't want to have this. Israel doesn't want to have them there, and then the other ones don't want them there either, and they both hate each other. Yeah, I could see. Yeah, Strand, that's a good point about the and Way of the Road about the water in between places. Yeah. Want to drink some water and get to y'all in a moment. All right. So yeah. So basically, you know, it's a big mess. Big mess. I'm actually going to go in here for a second. No, I can't go in there. And also, yeah. Well, before I get the water, yeah. So what's his name? So Way of the Road in Ethiopia. There's some. It's not like where the American slave trade happened. Not that area. That's the on the other side. So in Ethiopia, which is close to Israel, there is this there's a place in Ethiopia where they have some Orthodox Christians, maybe some Jews there, and they have the Bible with the I was telling you before the Book of Enoch and stuff in there, and we could go look up about that. So yeah, I think it's like Ethiopia. It's what you're talking about. It's right next to, it's right in that area. I was looking up an African kingdom called Kush. It was called Kush, and they had some pyramids and stuff, and it was like close to the area, kind of it's more south, and like Egypt, you have like more like European looking people in that part, and then like as you go down, it's like black. So it's like people from Ethiopia and the people from Israel itself are like Caucasian Middle Eastern people, like Mediterranean people, and then like in Ethiopia they have some of the people over there. And also like the because the Arabs they were pagan. Muhammad was a pagan, and then he started the religion with Islam and did his thing. And also when he was praying in the cave and he was claiming he saw the angel Gabriel give him these revelations and things, but like what he said himself and other people said that if it contradicts like what Christianity said, it's not true. Right? But so people need to hug each other and people need to get along with each other. And this because with as I said with the Hamas thing, it's a terrible situation. Hamas put a bunch of stuff in civilian territory. And that's the problem with that, because you have so many people that in those areas that want to cause each other harm, like in the different factions of them. And then they put all this stuff where the civilians are. It's terrible. Yeah, Stranded says, I think if countries stayed to themselves and wouldn't have half of the issues we have today. Yeah, right on, Stranded. I agree. Israel has been hated for decades just because the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen, Sandra. Amen. And that's true. Yeah. And yeah, they were disliked for many generations and blamed for different things. Yeah, so and Israel is the size of New Jersey, and it's that's the size of it. It's a small place, and also men and women are in the army. And like if they don't go in the army, they can't really do anything. And also basically, and I feel it's a like we see it's an error that when they didn't accept Jesus, but of course that God has plans for them, and that when He returns, He will go there and deliver them, and they'll see that He is who He said He was at the right time. But like, and also in Europe, something new that happened with Europe is that they were threatened to deport there's a lot of Muslims in Europe, and they threatened to deport the people in France if they had mass protests for Palestine. And basically It's because there's a lot of them over there in different parts of Europe. They're defending, Israel and the stance on that. And we had 4 years of peace, and then it looks like the whole world's falling apart now. Getting this ship. All right. And basically, yes, and Sandra, and amen, Sandra. That is the land that God gave to them, and He, it's His treasure, His people, and that's what some people are saying. Like they have a replacement theory that they're not the chosen people anymore, but it's like God's calling is irrevocable, and they're part of the plan of the return of Christ, because their part of the salvation is that that they believe the Messiah will come and save them and create a new kingdom on earth, and that's what Jesus is going to do when He comes back. It all like synchronizes together. And I see what y'all saying. I'll get to y'all in a moment. That y'all are saying some things, so I'll get to that. All right, and yeah, so this is the thing. The entire region has been going on since forever. The U.S. or any other country isn't going to stop or fix it. Just let them settle it in their own. Right on stranded. And I will also say about the situation, and I feel the same way, is that basically there are some people from the U.S. that were kidnapped by Hamas. So it does affect our country in a certain way, because we have some of our citizens that were victims of the crisis, and it would be nice if we can focus on our country and fix it up. And I don't know about all the technical parts on why we go and help, and why we're helping Israel, the technical parts of it, or because I know we get a lot of technology from them and stuff. So I don't know like all the technical reasons for the situation, on all the reasons why they're going over there. But I know it was what the point that they were saying about how they want to handle Hamas. But I do think Israel is well capable of getting rid of Hamas themselves, though, of course. Right. Yeah, like the people that are the real Jews, the ethnic Jewish people, are from the Middle East. They're they're ethnic white people, like Caucasian people. But there's other groups in like Africa and different places in China that converted to the Jewish faith at some point. But so like they're Middle Eastern people. They're from the Caucasia. Like in Egypt, like they have statues that show you the ancient Egyptian people, and they are white people. But of course, you had different races and groups in Egypt and different places. But yeah, so that region is like they're Caucasian. Like Muhammad, he was Caucasian. Like the Quran says how Muhammad was white. and he had a red beard. But of course, like there's different groups of people like in Africa and stuff that converted to the Jewish faith and other religions as well, because they had ministries that went in different places. All right. And us aliens in the spaceship are watching this planet and it's just falling apart, and it's nice. It's a better view from the spaceship than being over there. And right, they're Jewish by religion. Thanks for. There you go. All right, there's some. Right on stranded. I mean, not stranded, Sarah. Not Sarah. Sandra. All right. Want to thank everybody for being here watching, people watching the rerun, and I like the conversation. It's pretty cool. It's all good. All right. I'm drifting out to sea and I'm going to repair the ship from some of the damage it got. I got some treasure chests. That's good. This is like in the uncharted waters. It's nice. Really nice. But I understand there's a lot of homeless veterans and there's a lot of crisis going on here as well. It needs to be taken care of. That's funny, Stranded. Yeah, shout out to Stranded. Sound like a mom with 5 kids and not sure which one you're yelling at, so you say all their names. Alright. That was funny. And also, Lebanon, Syria, it's Hamas or the countries themselves, they fired rockets into northern Israel like a couple days ago, so they could have a conflict that might spread all over the Middle East. And I will say also, there is inflation coming, it's rising, and it's good to be prepared for anything. And it will be good if Hamas is once and for all eradicated, but there could still obviously be some radical groups that might try to do some kind of an attack of some kind, so be aware that could happen. Because 9/11 was planned up over a period of time, and there's a lot of angry people and a lot of ignorant people that are causing problems and stuff. I love patching the holes in the ship. It's fun. Alright, we're done. Thanks, Way of the Road. That's really interesting. I'm glad that you pointed that out, that they're able to trace their roots to the Semitic people of that region. Because, like, some people will think that the people were not Semitic, they're from Africa, but they're Semitic people. But some of them went to different places, like you said, in Africa, and they could trace their lineage to that place. Thanks for pointing that part out. How it's, how it works. Because I think some people get kind of confused. And yes, I would like to see the blood work too, Sandra. And like the Jewish people, they liked to stay within their own like groups. They mix within their own like they date each other. They don't really well like the recent ones like the Ashkenazis and stuff. They like to keep within their own people. Because they want to keep the bloodline of the Messiah, which the Messiah's already came. He already came here. And also, I like talking about Halloween stuff. We're getting close to that season. I think on the this one and the next one, we'll talk about the dangers of voodoo and how it's not, it's something very dangerous in Haiti that's causing trouble to people, and it has for when it came over from Africa from a long time ago. Let's see. I'm getting close to the time where I will switch the screens. We'll get to that part soon, and I'll cover some articles and things, and I'll go further into the show. Because the first part of the show is getting to an end. Going to the islands. I'm glad that they added some weather in this game. It looks kind of cloudy. We're gonna go to one of these islands probably. That one's kind of close. The other one's kind of close. Oh, and speaking of weather, the weather down here, it's getting much cooler. Okay, Way of the Road, thank you for letting me know. I understand. And also, I think that it's good it's getting cool here, and I like the cool weather, the cool fall weather, and it'll be cold tomorrow and the next days it'll be getting cooler. And basically I like, hanging out in the cool weather. It was nice a couple of days ago. I was on ABL last time. I liked it. I was like inside because I was just calling into the show, and him and I were talking about the Israel stuff. It's pretty good conversation. Oh. All right. I'm gonna get into the stuff in a moment. We have a cool crowd. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hola Latina. Good to have you here. Which I'm about to show y'all stuff with like pictures and things. And we could dispute the different stuff, and we'll go through different topics and things. Get some more tonic. I think I need some more tonic. Yeah, buy it. Buy. Okay, we're good. I'm getting the other window prepared. That's the big castle. It's so cool. So as I said, the weather is getting cooler, and one thing I want to mention is that the salt water is not coming to New Orleans or Jefferson. So Jefferson is like where Metairie and Kenner is, and then New Orleans is like where I am. They call it Orleans, like it's Orleans Parish. It's a parish rather. Y'all probably have counties. I live in a parish, so with the county, I mean the parish, it's like it's not coming in where I am. So thank God, it's gonna be all right. Some pumpkins, some spooky stuff. All right. Latina, I love the emojis. I love the emojis. Yeah, these crazy graveyard up in here. Stranded has bubbles in his box. I like that with the dab. I remember the dab. Facts. Those are some cool emojis. Shout out to the emojis. And when we're talking about scary stories and stuff, this one more thing I'll get to before we get to me reviewing the topics and things is so basically Friday the 13th is known as a day where a lot of supernatural crazy things happen. And there's some plane crashes that happened and some mysteries and murders and stuff. And it's very strange. It's a very spooky day, Friday the 13th. Which we're past. In my time, it's over with. But usually, Friday the 13th is a day where a lot of things like that happen. We'll get into. So I know they had a movie called Friday the 13th. All right, and we're just mowing the graveyard down. Okay. Oh, well, we're going the wrong area. There we go. All right, and they just keep on popping back up because that's what they do. All right. Get the window ready. Okay, chat. I'm going to be switching to Windows now. We're going to go elaborate on these topics. Okay, we got that window out. We're transition over here to the other displays. It's going to be Google. All right. All right, let's get this party started. I'm gonna make this thing a little bit like this so I could see everything. Put it right there. I'm gonna put Okay, so let's start with the Israel. I didn't know that, Stranded. Shout out to Stranded. I'm going to get to your questions, chat, in a moment. Okay, October 13. Progressives lash out against Israel's Gaza evacuation request. This is some new stuff for y'all. And let's put the thing right here. And Latina, I understand about the connect about your phone. Thank you for letting me know, okay? Hugs and love, y'all. Peace and blessings, vibes on earth, mankind. In Jesus' name, Latina, amen. Alright, so journalists hit as Israel fired at Lebanon were clearly marked as press. Israel war Palestinians, they're fleeing. 1 million people are fleeing. As Israel Hamas war continues, Americans remain supportive of Israel. Recruiters, journalists killed in Lebanon. Wow, the missile crisis. Wow. So this is escalated. You see, when American gets killed or is involved in this, it causes some problems. So I'm going to show y'all in the map of Israel, then I'll get to your questions, which y'all know what Israel looks like. I'm just telling you all things I learned when I was very young. Alright. Alright, so Israel, which you can't really see, but you can see in a moment when I do that, when I do this. Alright, so Israel is very small and it's the size of New Jersey. There you go, you have that. And then you have that little, next to Egypt on the top part to the right, you see that's where the Gaza Strip is, where they're trying to go and have some problems with each other. And now I'll get to what chat is saying. So, Stranded Lifeform says, Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th is considered a bad luck day because that was the day the Knights Templar were killed. Stranded, I did not know that. As I said a moment ago, thank you for letting us know. And Way of the Road, it's fine. If there's a delay, I don't mind the questions being asked again. But thank you for letting me know it was delayed so I could know what the situation was. And Latina says hugs and love, y'all, peace and blessings, positive vibes for the earth and mankind. That was, beautifully said, amen, as I said a moment ago. And then Sandra has a very good question. She says, question, was I there when Katrina hit? I was here when Katrina hit. I was 7 years old. We were down the street, not in this place. And I remember when it was about to happen, and to me, I thought it was exciting going on a trip. I kind of knew something bad was going to happen, but I wasn't as coherent as I am now because I'm older. And I brought some stuff with me, but not everything, so I didn't think my aunt in Florida would have the VHS tapes and where you could put that in there, whatever it's called. I should know what that's called, but so because I used them. So basically, I didn't think that they would have that, so I didn't bring the tapes with me. But I brought some toys and things, and yeah, it flooded down the street, and it flooded where I am, which is up the street, and I saw this. Although I didn't stay here, we evacuated to Florida, then Mississippi. In Mississippi, I got to experience the country lifestyle at the campground. Very nice, conservative, cool people. Not that these people are bad in New Orleans. I'm just saying that I experienced that. And also, basically, what happened was I was over there and I saw what happened on TV And I remember before it was kind of frightening. So I can, relate in some ways with some of these people in these other countries can go through and somewhat, not maybe what exactly what they went through, but somewhat, as my place got destroyed, we had to evacuate, and a lot of people died. And basically, what happens is I saw the Superdome. I wasn't here. I didn't stay here, but I came back and saw the Superdome. I saw like a boat in the street, Sandra, on the sidewalk. I saw the sidewalk, the street ripped up and put on the sidewalk. I saw a house down the street, in the street, and I saw like the mold and the destruction and the just it didn't make any sense. There's all these furniture and items I never saw in my life just washed up on the lawn. And through Google Maps, like you could see like my area, it's like was up there as the coastline and everything was just up there. So yes, Sandra, I saw it and it was out of this world. It was out of this world, Katrina. Yes, Sandra, tell us what's going on with Potato. And also the depictions of Ishmael. So you have this situation with Ishmael and Hagar, and that is, that's her. So that person, the little boy you see, all of his descendants are the Arabians, and that's Hagar. They were cast out because Abraham had to let them go because Sarah's having problems with them, and they were like stranded in the desert. And an angel came and saved them and brought them to safety. And the angel came and saved them. And you have that depiction. And Sandra says, "Y'all hear what Biden is doing to America that is trapped there? Sad." Oh. And he said, "No, I just heard say," and Way of the Road says, "No, I just heard him say he had a Zoom call with their families." And Sandra said, "No, what has Potato done?" And that A is charging them. One senator went and one got some of them. Yeah, what his face has been rescuing them. Tim Kennedy has been helping too. He helped in Afghanistan. Isn't Ishmael another name for the devil? Ishmael. It could be stranded. I have to look that up for certain. I don't exactly know, but there's some translations that are suggesting that he was bad to Isaac and he did some bad things to him. And that's one of the reasons he was cast out. And they were strange people. Although the angel did save them and he had many children and God blessed them, you're even like whatever it is stranded, you're quite correct in your analogy about Ishmael's kind of, you know, not the best omen. Yeah, that's them in the desert. That's another depiction of her. And her son's like under a tree in the distance. And I've heard that like Ishmael had a strange religion. Like the mother had a strange religion. Let's see with the naming of Ishmael. What happened to them? And they died, and they didn't die of thirst. This is Reddit, so it's kind of like a cringe place, sort of, but let's see what they say about this. Does the naming of Ishmael and Shaitan make anyone else a bit uncomfortable? Let's see. Because these people are kind of, I don't know. That may have not been anything. Let's see. And I don't see anything about that stranded. I have read some nefarious things about Ishmael. I could go and get that article out in a moment. And we're going to get a generalized, view of this. All right, this is. See if we get interesting facts about Ishmael here. Judas Iscariot is kind of similar to Ishmael. Iscariot and Ishmael are kind of similar. Yeah, and like he would be a wild ass. Yeah. And he would have many children and descendants. It is more probable that Ishmael lacked faith given his persecution of Isaac, which Paul mentions in Galatians 4:29. He is apparently referring to Genesis 21:9, wherein it is written that Sarah saw Ishmael laughing. The words translated laughing often a sinister overtone in Hebrew. So Ishmael, and I was reading that Ishmael was not nice to Isaac, his little brother, and he like messed with him in the bad way. So this goes back to when they were kids, but now all these people are fighting it. And now we're involved in it. Let's see what Ishmael means. Ishmael is a boy's name of Hebrew origin meaning God will hear. Gifting the baby is biblical. Title is lovely way to honor one's faith. In the Old Testament, Ishmael is the name of Abraham's firstborn son and is also considered the traditional ancestor of the Arab people. God will hear. He was an outcast, a drifter, a fellow not of particular family other than mankind. So he was kind of eccentric. So we're gonna kind of dive into this more about the conflict between the two brothers. All right. What did Ishmael do wrong to Isaac in Genesis 21:9? What provides Sarah to ask Abraham to send away Hagar and Ishmael? In Genesis 21:10, the text tells us only that Sarah saw Hagar's son doing something, I leave something ambiguous for the moment, since the verb has a range of meaning. The term might mean laughing, since a few verses and a few years earlier Sarah has announced that everyone will laugh with her, sharing her joy. But the verb has anything to do with Sarah's reaction. That is, if Sarah is not simply reacting to seeing Ishmael at the feast of Isaac's weaning. And if I pronounce that wrong, y'all can let me know. Wedding or whatever. I've not seen that word before. It may suggest something more malevolent. Maybe instead of laughing with Sarah, he was laughing at Isaac. Because I remember reading this recently that in Genesis there's this something that occurred, and with the translations he was doing something not good. This was the feast for Isaac's weaning. He was past the most physically dangerous period of infancy. If Isaac was weaned around age 2, Ishmael would now be a young man of about 16, because Paul, like most ancient Jewish interpreters, understood play negatively here. In Galatians 4:29-30, I will explore the negative possibilities. I borrow this material from forthcoming Galatians commentary, which at the time of this post is merely a rough draft, which will also incorporate my present study of the passage. So this will explain the situation with Isaac and Ishmael. The verb that can be translated as innocently as play in Genesis also has other meanings in less innocent contexts. It can mean a scorn or mock or treat lightly. Historically, some interpreters have inferred this viewing as ridicule, opposing God's promise. Perhaps Ishmael showed contempt, as his mother once had for Sarah, perhaps giving Sarah's strict response. His disdain included Isaac's birthright and Ishmael becoming hostile towards many people. So he could have been jealous of him. He could have had some issues with his little brother. Negatively, the verb does refer to Abraham and Sarah, laughing at God's promise. Most negatively, lots of son-in-laws while laughing at his warning from God, leading to their destruction. The typical Greek translation in Genesis 21:9 uses the word piazo. This verb can be positive, but also applies to young men competing and dying in 2 Sam 2:14, and to the abuse of Samson in Judge 16:25, and the pientat ush. This verb appears only in Genesis 26:8, and Isaac caressing Rebekah in Exodus. Paul seems to interpret the latter passage sexually. 1 Corinthians 10:7 is only use of the Greek term. Right on, Sandra. That is also another interpretation of it too. And I agree with that. The masculine singular PO participle of the verb, however, the form here appears only 3 times in the OT, in the Old Testament, all within 5 chapters of the verse. One is for the Lot's son-in-law, noted above. The other is Isaac founding his wife. Other biblical uses in the PL are these: Genesis 3:9, 14, and 7, where it claims that a foreign slave made sport of Potiphar's household by trying to rape his wife. And in Exodus 32:6, where it may, as just noted, have sexual connotations, and Judge 16:25, where Samson's Philistine captors summoned him as a foreign slave to entertain them. It is reasonable to suppose, then, that Ishmael is taunting from a position of superiority, that possibly Genesis employs an euphemism here, some, pervertedness to about it. And they're saying, like, physical molestation is highly unlikely at a public feast. Some scholars find the euphemism of the perverted activity for voyeurism, but the writer of Genesis was also capable of much less, if a mystic as 1931. It is not possible, however, for the adolescent Ishmael, still learning social property, could have taunted his just weaned half-brother as some perverted action. So there are some theories that he did something perverted to Isaac, or at least laughed at him or something, but they're saying it's not likely that that was the case. It's just some kind of word that was used, and that it could be this or that. It could be, it's abstract. It could be used for different things, but they were either just playing, and Sarah was jealous, like what Sandra was saying, and also she was jealous. That's the one we most likely think is what happened. Maybe he wasn't nice to his brother, or maybe at some point they had some conflict. I remember reading in the Bible that Ishmael and Isaac both buried Abraham together. So this is just some theory that people are discussing about the story of Isaac and Ishmael. And hopefully the descendants of these two can get along and stop killing each other. And like I was saying, let's see what's going on. Israel war, anything new going on as we're talking. And it says, why is Africa divided on supporting Palestine? So they're saying, like, Africa is conflicted about their support of Palestine. What's happening on day 7 of the Israel-Hamas war? See, with all the eyes on Gaza war, violence is quietly mounting on the West Bank, and Israel orders evacuation of 1 million in Gaza. So this is the new situation. All right. And I'll talk about this teacher that got killed earlier. Not France, not Israel. Doy. Yeah, in France. All right. Try to load this, see how that goes. All right. So, a knife welding. If I pronounce that wrong, y'all let me know. And Sandra, I'll look that up about Isaac's his name after this. So attacker shouts Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and kills teacher in France school amid Hamas Israel war report. A Chechen immigrant on France's extremist watch list allegedly stabbed a teacher to death Friday morning and wounded two others in a suspected terror attack that the country's president called an assassination. It happened outside a school in the city of Arras, about 115 miles north of Paris, near the border with Belgium, and a suspect is in custody, according to France Interior Minister Gerald Darmanin. And Sandra, I remember from church, that's what the pastor said, that they were laughing at God's promise because they thought it was ridiculous because Abraham and Sarah, especially Sarah, didn't think that she would conceive at her old age. So you're correct. Yes. They were laughing at because they thought it was ridiculous. French President Emmanuel Macron said during a news briefing that police also stopped a second attempt attack after the stabbing, which he said shows the barbarism of the Islamic terrorism. It's about time. Look at Lindsay right there in the ad. Cringe. A bystander recorded part of the attack on a cell phone. It appears to have been taken from an upstairs window and shows a violent altercation in a paved country yard. It shows a group of men struggling. One of them is holding a chair who falls down. And that's some images of the conflict. The attacker kicks him as onlookers warn. He has a knife, according to Reuters. Translation of the clip. Another man picks up the chair from one who fell and appears to try and scare off the attacker, but he slips the assailant. The assailant then jumps on him, swinging several times at his face and chest. The victim stands up, stumbles for a few feet, and then collapses as the clip ends. A teacher has been killed. There are 2 wounded. It is a grave situation, Macron said, according to a translation of the remarks in French. They are struggling not to die. One of the wounded was a school administrator who also attempted to intervene and was gravely injured, Macron said. He praised the victims for their heroics. Graphic and video eyewitness video shows teacher trying to stop the French school knife fight attack. And this teacher was cowardly and savagely assaulted. I agree. That's old. Way of the Road, thanks for the suggestion about the album, about the music. Thank you. About the Pisces. I'm Pisces, ironically. Iscariot, good album by the Smashing Pumpkins. Thanks, Way of the Road. All right. The 20-year-old suspect was already on a terror watch list, according to AFP, which cited a police source who said he shouted the Arabic phrase Allahu Akbar during the attack. That's really unfortunate. And Stranded says, at my church, our pastor touched on the story and said Sarah, Ishmael, and Hagar out because Abraham. They cast Ishmael and Hagar out because Abraham had an affair with Hagar and jealous he had a son with her. All right. Because at first they wanted him to go with Hagar and produce a child, and then she got jealous later. Similar to what I've heard too, Stranded. I heard that too. Silman Hamazi, a police officer identified as one of the first on the scene, told the Associated Press he heard the phrase as well, and that the attacker was a former student of the Lycée Gambette High School where the attack took place. This teacher was cowardly and savagely assaulted, Macron told reporters. Our thoughts are with the teachers' families and families of the two wounded. The suspect was identified as Mohammed Moghouchakov. I could do that better. Bugachovkov by Levu du Nord, a newspaper based in France. The French reports noted that the knife attack happened just shy of the 3 years to the day of the beheading of another French teacher, Samuel Paty, who was also killed by radicalized Chechen. And then when he turned around and asked me if I am a history teacher, I immediately thought of Samuel Paty, philosophy teacher Maroon Dose, who said he fled from the suspect and barricaded himself behind a door until police arrived, told the Associated Press. French authorities said they suspect terror as motive in the attack, which comes amid raging conflict in Israel following a terror-fueled attack by Hamas terrorists based in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, so this was because of the Day of Jihad. The dude did this. I was like, this was going to be an interesting situation with the Day of Jihad. So the newest thing is that Israel orders the evacuation of 1 million in Gaza. And also I will say that, with the given situation, I think that it's absolutely, not going to be resolved soon, and things may just get worse and worse and worse with this. All right. Okay, top secret Hamas documents show that terrorists intentionally targeted elementary schools and youth centers. Graphic warning for chat. I want to look up the name of Isaac, though. Okay. That's funny, Stranded. Yeah, right on. Yeah, what's her name? Sandra is correct. The Hebrew origin meaning laughter. All right, and yeah, shout out the bubbles. Yeah, shout out the bubbles. And I don't think he's in here right now, but I'll tell him he said hello. And at my Sarah told Hagar to lie with Abraham because she could not bear a child. Yeah, right on. Thank you, Sandra. And it means laughter. Isaac means laughter. And yeah, that was funny, Stranded. All right, I'm gonna go to this article and we'll read some more things about this, and then I'll get into all the other things. All right. Documents exclusively obtained by NBC News show that Hamas created a detailed plan to target elementary schools and youth center in Israeli kibbutz of Kfar Sahad to kill as many people as possible, seize hostages, and quickly move them into the Gaza Strip. Oh, Stranded. Earlier he was meowing, but not recently. He was meowing like way earlier. The documents were found on the bodies of Hamas terrorists by Israeli first responders and shared with NBC News. They include detailed maps and show that Hamas intended to kill or take hostage civilians and school children. Wow. One page labeled Top Secret outlines a plan of attack for Kfar Sahad, saying Combat Unit 1 is directed to contain the new Da'at school, while Combat Unit 2 is to collect hostages, search for the Beni Akava Youth Center, and search the old Da'at school. Another page labeled Top Secret Maneuver describes a plan for Hamas units to secure the east side of Kfar Sahad, while the second unit controls the west. It says kill as many as possible and capture hostages. Other orders include surroundings a dining hall and holding hostages in it. The detailed plan to attack Kfar Sahad is part of the trove of documents that Israeli officials are analyzing, according to one of the source, military Israeli army, and one of the government. Surveillance video of Hamas terrorists entering kibbutz on October 7 shows tactics similar to those laid out to the documents obtained by the NBC News. The Israeli official said that the wider group of documents show that Hamas had been systematically gathering intelligence on each kibbutz bordering Gaza and creating a specific plans of attack for each village that include intentional targeting of women and children. Cowards. The dental office, the supermarket, the dining hall, and Israel Defense Forces source said the level of specificity the specificity would cause anyone in the intelligence fields to drop a jaw. The plan of coordinated attacks flies in the face of recent claims by Hamas that it did not kill children. A video released by Hamas on Friday showed armed terrorists holding and feeding Israeli children taken hostage, including babies. Wow. The specificity. That's what I meant to say. And I'll get the chat in a moment. The Hamas documents footage of the aftermath of the massacre and interviews with eyewitnesses and first responders tell harrowing story. I saw murder. The person says they saw murdered babies, murdered children, and mothers and children murdered together, said Yossi Landau, commander of the ZAKA, an Israeli first responder organization. Kibbutz Kfar Aza was one of the worst hit locations in unpredicted terror attack on the morning of Saturday, October 7, and the Hamas map obtained by NBC News show blue circles around Kfar, said, and 3 other villages that also border Gaza. Aluminum. Alright, a little bit more to read, I'll get the chat. 2 Hamas units were to approach Gafar Sahad separately from different assembly points according to the documents. Also described the members and types of vehicles to use by each group. Group 1 assembly point, Hamaza transportation, 1 jeep, 4 motorbikes. Group 2 assembly point, Abedel Rahman transportation, 1 jeep and 4 motorbikes. Group 2 assembly point, Abdel Rahman transportation, 1 jeep, 4 motorbikes. Exactly the vehicles should drive target villages was laid out. So that's how they laid it out. And they used jeeps and different things like that. Length of the platoon train approximately 125 meters. Also, got to remember they live streamed this on Facebook and different places, and they showed them murdering people in their houses and things like that. It was terrible. Shape and length of each group, 1 motorbikes, 50 meters from each group. 1 IDF official was declined to be named while the investigation is ongoing, said he was astonished by the degree of planning that went into ensuring maximum civilian casualties. He said, I've never seen this kind of detained planning for mass terrorist attack. Well, so that's the attack, and that's just some more additional information about it. Okay. Right. Yeah, dental office, Sandra. And I see everybody, and yeah, it was a dental office, yeah. And also, like, I'm glad everything is going good this time with the streaming. Because the past few times there was a problem with the encoder, and other YouTubers were having it, and I was live the other time, and some of the people may have not been telling me at a certain point in the stream that it was buffering, and I was reading a bunch of like things from my magazine that talk about spooky things. I have a magazine of like scary stories and stuff, and I was like talking to myself, and no one really told me anything until way later. And people were just like, I don't mind people having conversations and things, but that kind of like I think like if we're going to be here in the chat, although maybe it could be frustrating when it happens, either people could leave or people could let me know at least that it's buffering and I could troubleshoot it or end it or whatever. But chat usually is very patient and very good with the stream, and I like everybody here. And good, and this stream has been going excellent, a smaller crowd, and I have quite a bit of mods already. But if there's ever more that are needed, I would bring them in. And the way of the road tonight, Doing great, man. I really like the interactions you've been having with the chat and getting everybody excited for the stream and telling us information that I didn't know. And all that's good. And Stranded and Sandra and Rebel. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I'm glad he came around. And since last time we had some, since Stranded's here, I'm going to talk about the Headless Horseman again. Hopefully this time it works out well. And, well, I'm going to read this thing again since she's here. And also, in Way of the Road, you've been this time's been very good. Been very good with the chat. And I like what you've been doing. And I do have a lot of mods here. And I do remember you having a wrench before. I do. I do remember that. And as I said, with mods in the channel, if there's to be a mod, if there's ever buffering and things, always chat let me know or leave if they think is best. So that's my point about being a mod. The rules, just get rid of trolls and to participate with the chat and to let me know when when the stream is buffering and stuff. And I think you did have a wrench way of the road. And let's see about that right now. All right. Okay. All right. I think Way of the Road has his wrench back. And also, I know I felt, and I could have been in error. I thought from what I saw, you saw you may have started, you were the only one that let me know. You were. But the conversation, I feel, and I could be wrong because I was reading something, that you started the conversation, which was fine. It was a cool conversation. I liked it. And I was actually telling you about the Spanish thing. I thought it was interesting and the story you had, but no one could hear me. I was talking to you in chat the whole time, and I kept getting ignored. But as I said, I have nothing against you. And as I said, I'm glad that you let me know, and you're a good mod, and you did well with this time too. I'm not mad at anybody. And the other people didn't let me know Way of the Road, but you did. And I'm thankful for that. And that was a cool story. And no one's perfect. Usually, you in the chat were always patient when the encoder was not working. It was not the Wi-Fi. Because I've done Stockton Rush. I had callers into the show. I've had Stranded to Notorious caller. And also, we've had many different people interact with the show throughout the months and months and months. But when I first started the stream in April, I did a daytime stream. Bino was there. And these different people were there. And because the daytime was on Sunday during the day. And also, during the day, we had Bina, I had my friend Talitha, and different people that, because if it was a daytime stream, you would have way more people in this chat, because I have over 600 subscribers. I mean, there'd be more people here. Just, this is like a late night chill, where we are. So, thank you, Way of the Road. I'm glad that you acknowledged the situation and what happened. And we all make mistakes, it's no big deal. I'm not perfect, I've made mistakes, and there's myself. And I understand Stranded, and you did the right thing, Stranded, by just going and doing sleeping or whatever you do at night. And because it's and I know it was frustrating. One time it took me an hour to get it on. Oh yeah, stranded. It's her ship. Yeah, it's her ship. It's her big ship when she calls in. But as I said, it's not the Wi-Fi. Like Amanda, I don't know if she's watching or we'll see a rerun of this. You know, she was telling me I need to get a new Wi-Fi router. Yeah, sometimes it needs to be reset. The Wi-Fi adapter. It's a big place, and there's a Wi-Fi adapter. So I have a virtual Wi-Fi box right here with me. You know, hypothetically, but the Wi-Fi works fine. I had callers. I reacted to videos, and Latina sends good things in. So, and I understand Way of the Road. I didn't know what was going on or what y'all could hear or couldn't hear. I remember I was sitting here, I was reading it, and I was like, "That's a cool story about being in the desert with the Spanish people." And I was just talking to y'all, and I was talking to myself. It's all good though. And yes, so Stranded's a great caller. And Way of the Road, if you could call in the future when we do the calls again, if you wanted to. And Sandra's cool. Everybody's cool. So I'm going to read The Headless Horseman was stranded here, and hopefully, God willing, and it works this time, and she can make a commentary about it. All right, so here we go. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is an 1820 short story by American author Washington Irving, contained in his collection of 34 essays and short stories titled The Sketchbook of Gorfy Crayon Gent. Irving wrote the story while living in Birmingham, England. Along with Irving's companion piece, Rip Van Winkle, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is among the earliest examples of American fiction and enduring popularity, especially during Halloween because of a character known as the Headless Horseman, believed to be a Hessian soldier who was decapitated by cannonball in battle in 1949. The second film adaptation was produced by Walt Disney as one of the two segments of the package film The Adventures of Ichabod. I like calling it Ichabod, but I like saying Ichabod, and Mr. Todd. Okay, Way of the Road, thanks for the feedback. I didn't know that. I didn't know what was going on. Okay. From the listless repose of the place and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, his sequestered glen has long been known by name of Sleepy Hollow. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land and pervade the very atmosphere. Washington Irving, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. The story is set in 1790 in the countryside around Dutch settlement of Tarrytown, historical Tarrytown, New York, in a secluded glen known as Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow is renowned for its ghosts, the haunting atmosphere that pervades the imaginations of its inhabitants and visitors. Some residents say this town was bewitched during the early days of the Dutch settlement, while others claim that the mysterious atmosphere was caused by an old Native American chief, the wizard of his tribe, before the country was discovered by Master Heinrich Hudson. Residents of the town seemingly subjected to various supernatural and mysterious occurrences. They are subjected to trance-like visions and frequented by strange sights, music, and voices in the air. The inhabitants of Sleepy Hollow are fascinated by local tales, haunted spots, twilight superstitions, on account of the mysterious occurrences and haunting atmosphere. The most infamous specter in the Hollow is the Headless Horseman, the commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air. And a tribute to also the devil, according to Ephesians 2:2. He is supposedly the restless ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been shot off by a stray cannonball during some nameless battle of the Revolution, and who rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head. The legend relates to a tale of Ichabod Crane. I like to call him Ichabod Crane, a lean, lanky, extremely superstitious schoolmaster from Connecticut, through his stay at Sleepy Hollow. Crane is able to make himself both useful and agreeable to the families that he lodges within. With he occasionally assists with light farm work, helping to make hay, mending fences, caring for numerous farm animals, and cutting fine wood. Besides his more dominant role as a schoolmaster, Ichabod Crane, aka Ichabod Crane, also assists in various mothers of the town by helping to take care of their young children, taking on a more gentle, integrating role. Crane is also quite popular among the women of the town for his education and his talent for carrying the whole budget of local gossip, which makes him a welcome sight within female circles. As a firm believer in witchcraft and the like, Crane has an unequaled appetite for the marvelous, which is only increased by his stay in the spellbound region of Sleepy Hollow. A source of fearful pleasure for Crane is to visit the old Dutch wives and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts, goblins, haunted locations, and tales of the headless horseman or the galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as sometimes called him. Throughout the story, Ichabod Crane competes with Abraham Brumbones von Brunt, the town roadie local hero, for the hand of the 18-year-old Katrina von Tassel, the daughter and sole child of wealthy farmer Baltus von Tassel. Ichabod Crane, Ichabod, an outsider, sees marriage to Katrina as means of producing von Tassel's extravagant wealth. Brum, unable to force Ichabod into a physical showdown to settle things, plays a series of pranks on the superstitious schoolmaster. The tension among the three continues for some time, and soon brought to a head on a placid autumn night. The ambitious Crane attends a harvest party at the Von Tassel's homestead. He dances, partakes in a feast, and listens to ghostly legends told by Brum and locals. But his true aim is to propose to Katrina after the guests leave. His intentions, however, are ill-fated as he fails to secure Katrina's hand. Following his rejected suit, Ichabod rides him on his temperamental plow. Rides home. That's a funny joke. Ichabod rides home on his temperamental plow horse named Gunpowder, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, through the woods between Von Tassel's farmstead and the farmhouse in Sleepy Hollow, where he is quartered at the time. As he passes several purportedly haunted spots, his active imagination is engorged by the ghost stories told at Baltus' harvest party. After nervously passing a lightning-stricken tulip tree, purportedly haunted by the ghost of British spy Major Andre, Ichabod encounters a cloaked rider at an intersection in a menacing swamp. Unsettled by his fellow travelers' eerie silence, the teacher is horrified to discover that his companion's head is not on his shoulders, but on his saddle. In a frenzied race to the bridge adjacent to the old Dutch burying ground, where the Hessian is said to vanish according to rule, in a flash fire and brimstone before crossing, Ichabod rides for his life, desperately gouging Gunpowder down the hollow. However, While Crane and Gunpowder are able to cross the bridge ahead, the ghoul Ichabod Ichabod turns back in horror to see the monster rear his horse and hurtle his severed head directly at him with fierce motion. The schoolmaster attempts to dodge but is too late. The missile strikes his head and sends him tumbling headlong into the dust from his horse. Yeah, he's just running away from the headless horseman, and you know that's just wild. That's just wild what happened. Yeah, Sandra says, "Here comes the nightmares." The next morning, Gunpowder is found eating the grass at his master's gate, but Ichabod has mysteriously disappeared from the area, leaving Katrina to later marry Brumbones, who is said to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related. Ah, so the theory here is that he dressed up as the Headless Horseman to try to go and knock him off and scare him out the area. Indeed, the only relics of the schoolmaster's flight are his discarded hat, Gunpowder's trampled saddle, and mysterious shattered pumpkin. Although the true nature of both the Headless Horseman and Ichabod's disappearance that night are left open to interpretation, the story implies that the horseman was really Brum, an extremely agile rider in disguise, using jack-o'-lantern as a false head, and suggests that Crane survived the fall from Gunpowder and immediately fled Sleepy Hollow in horror of both the legends and having to deal with his landlord, never to return but to prosper elsewhere, or was killed by Brum, which may be unlikely since Brum was said to have more than mischief than ill will in his composition. Ivering's narrator concludes the story, however, by stating that old Dutch wives continue to promote the belief that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, like an alien abduction. Like the Greys came in and were like, we taking this man for an experiment, peace out. And the legend develops around his disappearance and sightings of his melancholy spirit. So there's the ghost of Ichabod. In a postscript, sometimes unused in certain editions, the narrator states the circumstances in which he heard the story from an old gentleman at a cooperation meeting at the ancient city of Manhattoos, which didn't believe one half of it himself. I want to go turn some light out across from me. I'll be right back with you. Chat. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm back. The horseman took Ichabod back to hell with him. Yeah? There you go. And I believe that with this situation, it was the Headless Horseman's ghost apparition that went and took him and brought him to hell. That's what I think. Ivering wrote the sketchbook during our tour of Europe, and parts of the tale may also be traced to European origins. Headless Horseman tale may be traced to European origins. Headless Horsemen were staples of Northern Europe storytelling, featuring in German, Irish, and Dulhan, Scandinavian The Wild Hunt, the British legends, and Bugers, Der Wildjäger, translated as the Wild Huntsman, usually viewed as omens of ill fortune for those who choose to discard their apparitions. These specters found their victims in proud, scheming persons and characters with hubris and arrogance. One particularly influenced rendition and folk tale was the last of the legend legend von Rupsal. Legenden von Rupsal. Legends of Rupsal from J.K.A. Musas. Literally retelling of the German folk tales Volk, Marschen, der Deutschen. So we have the Germans, we have the Scandinavians, and the British, and the Irish, these different groups, Irish specifically, that were talking about this a Headless Horseman story back in Europe. So I think that's very interesting. Patrick Tubler. I'll look that up. I don't stranded. I'm not too sure what the question is exactly, Patrick Tumbler. I don't know exactly what you're referring to exactly. Could be a little bit more specific, stranded with your question. Thank you. During the height of the American Revolutionary War, Irving writes that the country surrounding Tarrytown was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had therefore been the scene of marauding, and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Oh. Now, this is Patrick Starr. I'm going to type something in chat. Yes. Okay, Ephesians 2:2. I can get that right now. During the height of the American Revolutionary War, Ivring writes that country surrounding Tarrytown was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war, and had therefore been seen of Marding, infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Thanks, Stranded. Sandra. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. The King James Version's better. I didn't pay attention to that. Why didn't you close window? Alright. After the Battle of White Plains in October 1776, the country south of Bronx River was abandoned by the Continental Army and occupied by the British. The Americans were fortified north of Peekskill, leaving Westchester County a 300-mile stretch of scorched and desolated no man's land, vulnerable to outlaws, raiders, and vigilantes, besides droves of Loyalists, Rangers, and British light infantry, Hessian joggers, renowned sharpshooters, and horsemen were among the raiders who often skirmished with the Patriot militias. The headless horseman, said to be the decapitated Hessian soldier, may have indeed been based loosely on the discovery of just such joggers. Headless corpse found in Sleepy Hollow. So this is the origin of it. So it was a Hessian soldier. He had his head blown off, and then he became a ghost searching for his head, sometimes using like a pumpkin as a head. After a violent skirmish, and later buried by the Van Tassel family, an unmarked grave in the old Dutch burying ground, the denouement of the fictional tale is set at the bridge over Pocantico River in the area of Old Dutch Church burying ground in Sleepy Hollow. According to another hypothesis, the figure of the headless rider, Ivring, could have been drawn from German literature, and more precisely from the Chronicle of Sepratois by J. G. Carus, written in the first half of the 19th century. In the 19th century, police counselor Carus noted in the previous century the inhabitants of the city were afraid to move after dusk on Hospital's Strasse. And due to the headless rider apparition seen there. Support of the hypothesis according to information. Taken from the work by Z. Cinco entitled Polish Recipient Washington Ivring's work Between Enlightenment and Romanticism from 1988, Walter Scott encouraged Ivring to learn German to be able to read stories, ballads, and legends, their native language. Irving, while he was an aide de camp to New York Governor Daniel D. Tompkins, met at an army captain named Ichabod Crane. So that the name comes from a war veteran that he got the name from in Sackett Harbor, New York. During the inspection for fortifications in 1814, Irving may have patterned the character of legend after Jesse Merwin, who taught at local schoolhouse in Kinderhook, further north along the Hudson River, where Irving spent several months in 1809. The inspiration for the character of Katrina von Tassel was based on actual young woman by the name Irving had stayed with her family for a short time, and asked permission to use her name and loosely based the character on her. He told her family that he liked to give his characters the name of people he had met. So that's interesting, the origins of the name, where it came from. The story was the longest one published as part of the sketchbook of Godfrey Crayon, and which Irving issued serially throughout 1819 and 1820 using 1819 and 1820 using the pseudonym Godfrey Crayon, with Rest in Peace Von Winkle. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is one of Irving's most athologized okay, studied and attempted sketches. Both stories are often paired together in books and other representations, and both are included in surveys of early American literature. Romanticism, Irving's depiction of regional culture, and his themes of progress versus traditional supernatural interventions, and commonplace in plight of the individual outsider in a homogeneous community. Prement both stories and helped to develop a unique sense of American culture, existential selfhood, and during the early 19th century. So that's that about the story, the background, and about the Sleepy Hollow. So you have Crane, and he's there trying to listen to these not older necessarily, but these women and their stories about the supernatural and things like that. And then he's enchanted by this. He's marveled by it. That's what marvelous means. Like he's like Captain Marvel or the Marvel comics. He's marveled by these things. And then what he does next is he's very spooked and interested in things. He tries to take the hand of Katrina, and then she is a wealthy farmer, a daughter of a wealthy farmer, and in Brom Bones, he doesn't want Crane to have her hand. And then he goes along and he sees the Headless Horseman, and he takes his pumpkin head and he throws it at him and knocks him off his horse, and it goes missing like he was taken straight to hell. And it was a Hessian soldier. A Hessian soldier is a German soldier that was fighting on the side of the British for the war, and he had his head blown off. He's searching for his head. He sees Crane Ichaboding himself, just Ichaboding around, and then he goes and charges at him. Let's see how this loads. You see, like this. Okay, Stranded. His name's Rip. Okay, thanks. I didn't know that. I probably said it right the other times and no one could hear me. Alright, so... Alright, so there it is. There's the Headless Horseman throwing his head at him. and this is the other picture. Um, Wrong one. All right, so this is the picture, and you see the look on Crane's face. He's absolutely beyond terrified, and he's running away, and he takes his pumpkin head and he throws it at him. And you see the swamp and the mysteriousness. So that is very dramatic, and that's what happened. Wow. All right. Okay. And we have the 1922 silent film. The Disney did one. That's a good one. And Johnny Depp's Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow High 2000. Let's see. The plot: the five delinquent classmates must perform community service at Sleepy Hollow Park grounds, a place to notorious vandalism. And for many unsolved disappearances, as the afternoon unfolds, the students begin to realize someone is taking the legend of Sleepy Hollow too far, and that everyone is suspect, from the teachers to counselors of Sleepy Hollow High, their classmates, and each is possible that the legend itself is true. The end: none of it matters because it was all a dream. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if I've saw that before. In the early 2000s, I'm not too sure. They did one by the Smurfs. Hmm. He had some TV shows about it. Yeah, music and theaters. They have Sleepy Hollow, New York. They have some stamps. Wow. All right, so basically we have in this one where we have the let's see, Crane. Now this is about what the story was based off of. Exactly, Stranded Lifeform. How dare Wiki spoil the ending for all of us? I'm triggered. Alright, so this is what. And shout out to Stranded for sending me this information. She's done a great contribution to the channel. She has done. Many have contributed to this channel for a long time now, and she and all of you watching and participating have participated. I'm thankful for this, what she sent me. Ichabod Bennett Crane, July 1787 to October 5th, 1857. Was an American career military officer for 48 years, and the probable mistake of the protagonist in Washington Irving's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Crane was born in Elizabethtown, now Elizabeth, New Jersey. He was the son of General William Crane. He enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, not Corps, but Corps, in 1809, was commissioned as a second lieutenant assigned to the U.S. United States, a 44 gunman frigate commanded by Stephen Decatur. He served aboard the United States for 2 years. Crane resigned from the Marines in April 1812, accepted a commission into the United States Army as a captain to command the Company B, 3rd Artillery. The unit designated would later Battery B, 1st Artillery, today 2nd Battalion, 1st Defense Artillery. And that is the real one, the real Ichabod Ichabod. That's the ship. It's like the ship I play in the pirate game. During the War of 1812, Crane served on the Niagara frontier. He was assigned a command of an artillery battery at Fort Pike, which he helped construct in Sackett's Harbor, New York, and was involved with the capture on April 27, 1813 of Fort York and the end of May 1813, the capture of Fort George in Canada, while Crane and the Americans were capturing Fort George. A joint British-Canadian force attacked the American positions at Sackett's Harbor and the Second Battle of Sackett's Harbor. So he did a lot to serve the United States. Crane continued to serve in the Northern Department after the war. In 1820, his company was transferred to Fort Wolcott in Newport, Rhode Island, where Crane served as the fort's commander. While stationed at Fort Wolcott, his son Charles was born. In 1825, he was brevetted to major in the artillery and was transferred to Fort Monroe, Virginia. In 1832, Crane led 5 companies of troops from Fort Monroe in the Black Hawk War. He received a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel and 2nd Artillery in November 1832 and was transferred to the Buffalo Barracks in Buffalo, New York. He commanded the 2nd Artillery Unit in the 2nd Somali War, 1835 to 1842. No, I said it wrong. It's Seminole War, and acted as commander of the U.S. Army District of Northeast Florida, serving under Colonel Taylor, who commanded the 1st Infantry Regiment, Fort Crane south of Rochelle in Alchayua County, was named after Crane. Built in January 1837, the fort was commanded by John H. Winder. After service in Florida, Crane and his unit were transferred back to Buffalo Barracks. During the Patriot War in 1838, an insurrection against the British rule in Canada, he was tasked with the responsibility of preventing the U.S. involvement by preventing the smuggling of arms across the border. In mid-1843, he received his final promotion to colonel and was given the command of the 1st Artillery. Thank you, Stranded. She says it's pronounced Siminoa. Siminoa. Okay. Thank you, Stranded. I've heard of that word before, but I've not seen it before. All right. 2 companies of the 1st Artillery, L and Co. M. The Company L and Company M were assigned to Fort, another word I've not seen before, Impqua, in southwest Oregon. During a visit there, Crane employed a young Impqua Indian named Juan as a personal Valent, not talent. Juan died on December 27, 1856 in Staten Island and is buried with Crane and his wife Charlotte. Crane was stationed in Washington, D.C. in 1851 and was given additional assignment as acting governor of the military asylum at Washington, D.C., a position he held until November 1853. He also served as a post commander of Governor's Island, an island, New York Harbor, approximately 1/2 a mile south of the Tower of Manhattan. Seminoe. Seminoe. Right. And she says Seminoe is an Indian tribe, a region of Florida. But Reynolds was from Seminoe area. I did not know that, Stranded. I'm learning something new. And that's why the word was strange to me. Crane was stationed in Washington, D.C. in 1851 and was given an additional assignment as acting governor of the military asylum at Washington, D.C., a position he held until November 1853. He also served as a post commander of Governor's Island, an island in New York Harbor, approximately 1/2 of the mile south lower of Manhattan. Crane and his wife Charlotte, May 25, 1798 to September 25, 1878, had a house built in the New Springville section of Staten Island, New York in 1853 while he was still active duty. The house was located at 3525 Victory Boulevard. It was demolished in 1990s. The owner had offered a historical Richmond town on the condition they move it off the former site. It never transpired due to the lack of funding. Crane died on October 1857 while still on active duty and is buried in Asbury Methodist Cemetery in New Springville, Staten Island, not far from his former home. His grave marker bears the inscription, "He served his country faithfully for 48 years and was much beloved and respected by all who knew him." Semino. All right. This is his grave. Also, the area of the Everglades. All right, thank you. So I'll take myself off the screen for a moment. All right, so that's his grave. It looks, nice green grass. I haven't seen grass that green in a long time. And also, that's a really beautiful grave. Wow. All right. Stephen Crane, grandfather, a delegate of the First Continental Congress, bayoneted by British troops passing through Elizabethtown on their way to Springfield on June 23, 1780. Died of his wounds on July 1st, 1780. And his father was born in 1748 in Elizabethtown, served as major of an Essex County, New Jersey regiment, compensated as a first lieutenant in the 4th New York Infantry Regiment in July 1775, fought with Richard Montgomery in Battle of Quebec, received a leg wound on November 2nd, 1775, that required amputation years later, promoted to Brigadier General in New Jersey Militia after the war. Abigail Miller Crane is his mother. Charlotte, his wife. William Crane, his brother, naval officer, fought in the War of 1812, born in Elizabethtown, died in Washington, middle name, honor of Richmond Montgomery. And I'll say that he was protecting America's borders and stopped the trade between Canada and America. There was some trade going on, and I'm sure he would like the border to be protected today also. And Charles Henry Crane would rise through the ranks, becoming Brigadier General and Surgeon General of the United States Army. He was one of the attending physicians at Abraham Lincoln after he was shot. Wow. Eliza Crane, a daughter, disappeared on July 20, 1858, taking a ferry from Staten Island to Manhattan. Her husband, Captain Future Brevet Major General John M. Brannan, was in command of the Department of Key West in Florida, assigned to Fort Zachary Taylor. She had been living at the fort with her husband, but went to Staten Island to stay with her mother due to the illness. Alright, and finally, Sleepy Hollow. The character of Washington Irving's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is named Ichabod Crane. While Washington Irving did not expressly admit that the character is named after Colonel Crane, the two men had met in 1814 at Fort Pike, located on Lake Ontario in Sackett Harbor, New York. Irving was an aide-de-camp to New York Governor Daniel Tompkins, who was inspecting the defenses in the Sackett Harbor. Crane's somewhat unusual and memorable first name, Ichabod. We call him Ichabod now, but his name's really Ichabod. Comes from the biblical name of the grandson Eli, the high priest, son of the Phinehas. All right, and that's the real Ichabod Crane. The Headless Horseman is a mythical figure who has appeared in folklore around the world since the Middle Ages. The Headless Horseman is a mythical figure who has appeared in folklore, even the Middle Ages. The figure is traditionally depicted as a rider upon horseback who is missing his head. Yeah, and Stranded says, "Are you kidding me? If half of the people who fought in the Revolutionary War were here today, they'd slap all of us for allowing this corrupt regime to happen." I agree, Stranded. They would, we would all be slapped, and we would all be put in our place. Yeah, it's really cringe about what happened with this situation. Depending on the legend of the horseman, is either carrying his head, missing his head altogether, and is searching for it. Examples include Dalhan from Ireland, who is demonic fairy usually depicted riding a horse and carrying his head under his arm, the titular knight. From the English tale Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, I've done many shorts about that. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, a short story written in 1820 by American Washington Irving, which has been adapted into several of the works of literature and film, including the 1949 Disney animated film The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Todd, in 1999 Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow. The Dullahan, or the Dark Man, is a headless demonic fairy in Irish folklore, usually riding a horse and carrying his head under his arm. He wields a whip and made from a human corpse spine. When the Dullahan stops riding, a death occurs. The Dullahan calls out a name, at which point the name person immediately dies. In another version, he is the headless driver of a black carriage, the Koste Badhar. A similar figure, the Gen Sien, without a head, can be frightened away by wearing a gold object or putting one in his path. Well, you can see the folklore from different cultures. Like these two are Celtic. This one's going to be the Scottish one. We have one from the ancient Welsh, which is Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. You have the one from Irish, and now I'm about to read the Scottish one. We talked about this earlier, but I'm going in more depth about it. The most prominent Scots tale of the Headless Horseman concerns a man named Ewan, decapitated in a clan battle at Glen Kinnair, one of the Isle of Mule. The battle denied him any chance to be a chieftain, and both he and his horse are headless, and accounts of his haunting the area among the Highland Scottish diaspora in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Seeing the image or hearing the sound of a horse or a headless rider is traditionally regarded as an omen of an immediate death within the family. Wow. Wow. German folklore. In Germany, headless horseman stories come mostly from Rhineland. Rather than using a decapitation, the headless horsemen killed their victims simply by touching them. They were revenants, who had wandered the earth until they had atoned for their sins, sometimes by doing a good deed for a stranger, but insisted of showing their gratitude by shaking hands. The stranger and the horseman held a tree branch between them, and the branch would wither and die rather than the stranger. Ivring traveled in Germany in 1821 and had become familiar with the Dutch German folklore, in particular, the last of the Legend von Rupsel from Johann Karl August Musas, literally retelling of the German folk tales. Volksmärchen der Deutschen is said to have inspired the legend of the Sleepy Hollow. Washington Ivering's Gothic story, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, features a character known as the Headless Horseman, believed to be a Hessian soldier who decapitated by cannonballs. It says that the chopper written in Martin Shapiro is a modern-day regiment of the Headless Horseman and feature headless outlaw biker and motorcycle who collected the souls of the sinners. The only people who can see him are those who have consumed a strange new ecstasy, like drug, that triggers their sixth sense and opens the gateway to the afterlife. Like I was talking about different portals and different dimensions and stuff, this is what I was talking about. During the hallucinogenic high, any characters who have committed significant sins are haunted by the headless ghost. Once drug wears off, the victim is safe and beyond the headless horseman's ghostly reach. So it's in TV and various things like that. Yeah, so these are some jack-o'-lanterns. They're pretty cool. Yeah, and all right, and now I'm going to read some stuff from the magazine I like reading from. And Stranded, I'm glad I got to get that done while you're here. And that you got to hear that coherently. I think I watched the Disney cartoon when I was a kid. Also, I just don't quite remember it. Like, I saw a rerun of it. And also, I think The Headless Horseman is a very fascinating story. I think that it's very intriguing. It's very well put together. I like how it's based on real things. How Ichabod was taken to another realm, like the hell, and how all these demonic apparitions and stuff was very interesting, and how he was a soldier that got his head blown off, and that was it. And all these movies and stories and TV shows and films were based off of it. I think that's all very fascinating, and they renamed that area in New York Sleepy Hollow. I read some stories from the magazine. Pretty interesting. All right, so this is the book. Okay, and here we go. We have some of the stories here. Let's see. I'll read this one I read before on one of the other streams, and something fell on the floor. It's not good. This is the Queen Mary. It's a haunted story. And also, Stranded says, I think it wasn't when Johnny Depp film came out, is when she stumbled across finding the real story about the Headless Horseman. Yeah, so basically, that sounds very cool. How, like, that was a very good movie, and what he did in that movie, that was very good. Tim Burton passed away last month. Rest in peace. And also, basically, it was very well put together. It was very well done. And I like the imagery and stuff like that. And I think that the Johnny Depp one is the Tim Burton. He used from the original story. I do agree. From observing both, like I've obviously been reading a lot about the Headless Horseman, the original. So I do agree with you, Stranded, that it does have to do with that. Like there's Katrina Van Tassel. There's all these different people. He kept it original. And I like how he used the name of a person he knew from a long time ago, as the source for his story. I thought that was very interesting. And I like how the iconic pumpkin jack o' lantern head, because there's this guy named Jack o' Lantern that had like his head in a lantern. He used his head as a jack o' lantern because that's where it comes from. Because originally it was a turnip, and I've grown turnips and they get kind of big, but the pumpkin was better and bigger, and he used that to walk around with. So the Headless Horseman is linked to that, which I think is very interesting. Yes, yes. I was, because Stranded, when I was researching the stuff for the movie, when I was looking up Tim Burton about the movie and stuff, you know, I found out that he died. And also, basically, is a tragic thing. Now, wait a minute. I want to look into the thing that I said and see about what I just said, because I don't know how true the statement I just said was, and I want to confirm that he's dead or not, because it could be a hoax. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to check on this Tim Burton death, see if it happened. I don't want to give misinformation. Let's see. Alright. Because it might have been a hoax, cause I saw, everything said that he was dead, like on the, it said like he died on this date, like on September 27th of last month. Like everything was saying that, but I think, I want to confirm if it was a hoax or not. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. See if I could figure this out. I can. Tim Burton. I don't think he's dead, like I just said. But that's what it was saying. Like this thing over here, everything was saying that he was deceased, but it looks like he's not. So that could have been just a hoax, what I just said. You know, but that's what it seemed like it was before. So correct myself on that. So I don't, let's see. Yeah, it looks like he's still living. I don't want to spread misinformation. Let's see. Alright, so let's read this. Okay, so is Tim Burton dead? The spiraling hoax of, let's see, the Beetlejuice 2 director. There's a rumor that Tim Burton is dead due to some circumstances, so he is really dead. Skim through this article to find the truth. Timothy Walter Burton, or just Tim Burton, born on August 25, 1958, is an American filmmaker, animator, and artist. He's known for his horror, fantasy, and romantic movies. Some of his notable works include Beetlejuice, Sleepy Hollow, Dark Shadows, Alice in Wonderland, as well as The Batman Returns. Beyond filmmaking, Tim is a writer, illustrator, penning, and let's go to the part about the rumor. One of the recent ones is that he is dead. Is Tim Burton dead? Spiraling hoax of the director. Recently, reports about Tim Burton being dead have circulated rapidly, such as many fans are actively expressing concern about his well-being. However, it's been confirmed that these reports are entirely false. This incident is just one of many untrue celebrity death stories. Okay. Tim Burton is not dead. Reportedly, the rumor gained popularity after a rest in peace Tim Burton page on Facebook, because everything was said. I want to look into that further because I wasn't really sure if that was really true or not. But I needed to go look this up to confirm it because everything, like the internet page, everything was saying like I'll tell you, like it was all saying he was dead, but I wanted to make sure. So good news is he's still alive. Okay, he's still living. He's not dead. It was just a hoax. Okay, Mary, thank you. Because it was really weird. It was like he died on like September 27, 2023. It was just very sus. But he's kind of old. I was like, yeah, I got to make sure this is really what it is. So I'm glad I checked that out. Like I'll be like this. Like what I saw was like this page over here in the about section. It said that he was dead, and it said it like up here. It said it everywhere. It wasn't just like from. I didn't get the idea from some stupid website or something. It was like in all the official areas. So, but that's why I looked up into his death because I didn't think it was true. I thought it was nonsense. All right. That's why it's good to double check things. All right. So it's debunked. We've debunked the hoax about him being dead. All right. So he's a good director. Hopefully, good more movies come out. You're welcome, Stranded. I'm glad I did. I told you I believe in a lot of things, but I'm naturally extremely skeptical about everything, okay? Like, I don't believe a lot of things. So that's why I naturally check things up. Thank you, Mary, for confirming that. Fact Stranded. All right. So the RMS Queen Mary. This is a story from this magazine. The retired British ocean liner was both bigger and faster than the Titanic and even more luxurious. With 12 decks featuring an Art Deco design and interact woodwork polished a high gleam, it was with good reason that she was preferred mode of transportation for royalty and celebrities crossing the Atlantic. The Queen Mary embarked on her maiden voyage in May 1936, steaming from Southampton, England to New York in a little more than 5 days. 2 years later, she set a record for the Feast Atlantic crossing, which stood until 1952. Yeah, Blackbeard. Shout out to Blackbeard. This is like the new version of his ship. But early 1940, the Queen Mary was repurposed as a troop ship to aid the Allies' effort in World War II. Painted camouflage gray and nicknamed the Gray Ghost, the ship's accommodations were increased from 2,140 to 5,500 capacity, would eventually rise to nearly 10,000, and she began making trips all over the globe from Southampton to Sydney. It was during this time the ship was part of maritime tragedy in 1942. She collided with the British light cruiser HMS Curaçao, cutting the smaller ship in two and resulting in the deaths of more than 300 of the Curaçao's crew. In 1947, the Queen Mary returned to civilian service as a luxury liner, and for 20 years until the rise of the popularity of jet travel carried on in something of her former glory. She was retired in 1967 and permanently moored in the city of Long Beach, California. The city converted the ship into a floating hotel and opened it as a tourist attraction in 1971, and the Queen Mary ceased operation in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Stories of strange sights and sounds soon grew in the point that the ship became known as one of the most haunted hotels in America. During the ship's seagoing years, at least a dozen crew members and more than 3 dozen passengers died on board. The ghost of an 18-year-old crewman has been seen near the watertight door that crushed him during the drill of 1966, and the spirit of a senior second officer, W. E. Stark, who died one night in 1949 after accidentally drinking acid instead of gin, has been spotted wandering the ship's corridors in the region of the Queen Mary's bow, where she collided with the Kuroko's. Crashing and grinding noises have been reported. And also, we know that basically the Queen Mary's Revenge, that's Blackbeard's ship. That was the ship from the Pirates of the Caribbean game. And, Mary, she's agreed, she doesn't understand either. And then, oh wait, it was the Queen Anne's Revenge. I always get them mixed up. Yeah, so I'm gonna look up that right now. Stranded. I have a book about that, about Blackbeard's ship, and you know, we will definitely look into what his ship is called exactly. And let's look at Blackbeard ship. I need my keyboard, obviously, because if without a keyboard I can't type. Queen Anne's Revenge. That is the one. Well. It's called the Queen Anne's Revenge, and that's really cool. Blackbeard had a shipwreck. The wreckage was found in Beaufort Inlet by a private group on November 21, 1996, and confirmed the next day on the 278th anniversary of Blackbeard's death. The site of the wreck inside about 20 feet of water just offshore Fort Marcon State Park in the Atlantic. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, so this is like a depiction of it. Sunken ships are really interesting. That's what a shipwreck looks like. See, this might be something from it. And that's pretty cool about that with his ship. And of course, this is Titanic. I like building model ships, so that might be. This is something I got to build. Chat. Yeah, that's a cool model ship. And see location. In North Carolina. It's like a replica of the ship. All right, and this is in Virginia City, Nevada. Another spooky story. Virginia City and Nevada City. On May 26, 1863, a group of 6 prospectors in southwestern Montana found one of the richest gold deposits in North American history. Along the banks of Narrow Creek, within a few weeks, nearly a dozen mining camps had sprung up along the 14 miles of Alder Gulch. Within a year, they were home to some 10,000 frontier fortune hunters. The richest of the camps became July City. By 1865, the town was so influential that it was made the capital of the new Montana Territory. Virginia City, Shanties, and tents were soon replaced by permanent buildings, and it was soon home to Montana's first newspaper, public school, and telegraph of the other camps along the creek. Nevada City, just as a mile and a half of the northwest. Put this. Oh, I remember I had this book of Blackbeard I got in first grade. So like, the I got that in first grade, and I remember Blackbeard because I like pirates. Like people thought I was copying off the other kid, but I wasn't. I just like pirate stuff. And then it's like remember that time they rigged the election against me. That same person, they rigged it for him against me, and everybody voted for me. It's like the same concept with YouTube. there's a bunch of people online I met, and they like me like I was liked at school. It's like, people like to, oh, this guy's copying off this, guy's copying off that. No, it's like somebody has something cool, everybody wants it. But I always like pirates. But I remember that about his beard. Yeah, that's Blackbeard with the little the things that makes his looks like his hair is on fire. The more famous a celebrity is, the more they die. Yeah. The most prominent, with 2,000 citizens at the height of the Alder Gulch Gold Rush, Virginia City and Nevada City were the region's centers of commerce. Prospectors weren't the only ones looking to strike it rich. Virginia City was a lawless and violent place in its early years. Outlaws known as road agents would rob and murder travelers along the Gulch's trails and roads. These highwaymen were responsible for up to 100 deaths in 1863. In 1864, the situation became so dire that the Vigilance Committee was established to deal with the problem. The Montana Vigilance hung more than a dozen road agents responsible for including Henry Plumer, the alleged leader of the gang, as well as the sheriff of the nearby town. Edward Tech. All right. All right, that was his name. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that was his name. Bannock, the graves of Plummer and four of his fellow road agents are Virginia City's Boot Hill Cemetery. Nevertheless, the mining town's days were numbered. Within a few years of its founding, the amount of gold extracted from the gulch diminished, and the population of Virginia City began to decline. By 1880, only 624 people lived there, and by the 1930, the population had dwindled to 242. In the next decade, a wealthy Minnesota businessman, rancher, and politician named Charles Bovee, who was fascinated by the town's history and Victorian architecture, began preserving and restoring many of its buildings, largely due to its efforts. More than 20 structures have been preserved by tourists. So that was an interesting story from this magazine. Wow. All right. Took up a Blackbeard. Edward Teck, alternately spelled Edward Thatch, 1680 to November 1718. Let's see. Also said that when he was captured, he was beheaded, his body thrown overboard. His beheaded body swam around the ship 3 times before sinking. I remember I heard about that. And also, Stranded says, I once read that Blackbeard would slow burn paper. Yeah, paper. I read this before. Hair and beard and light it before raiding another ship, so it looked like his smoke scar to scare the other crew. And he is better known as Blackbeard, was an English pirate who operated around the West Indies and eastern coast of Britain's North American colonies. Little is known about the early life, but he may have been a sailor on a privateer ships during the Queen Anne's War, before he settled in Bahamian Island, New Providence. We're going to go here real quick. Queen Anne's War, 1702 to 1713, was the second series of French Indian wars fought in North America. This was where the British they helped the colonies with the war, and this war would cause the drift between America and England, because this is after this war. To pay for the war, the British Crown raised taxes on the colonies on tea to pay for the war, and then a big problem started, and now we're an independent country. So, yeah, this was like the pre-part before that. So, he was a patriot before a patriot was a thing. So the British helped the American colonies stay out of the hands of the French. Whose crew and the Providence and the Queen Anne's War before settled in the Bahamian island of New Providence, a base for Captain Benjamin Hornigold. It reminds me of a flower I'm going called Marigold. Hornigold. Whose crew Tech joined around 1716. Hornigold placed him in command of a sloop, probably it's called. Yeah, remember these ships in the game, the Pirates of the Caribbean game? We talk about these things. Yeah, that he captured, and the two engaged in numerous acts of piracy. Their numbers were boasted by the addition to their fleet of 2 more ships, one of which was commanded by Stede Bonnet, but Hornigold retired from piracy toward the end of 1717, taking 2 vessels with him. Tech captured a French slave ship known as La Concorde, renamed her Queen Anne's Revenge. So it was a French slave ship. He equipped her with 40 guns and crewed her with over 30 men. He became a renowned pirate. His nickname derived from his thick black beard and fearsome appearance. He was reported to have tied lit fuses, slow matches under his hat to frighten his enemies. He formed an alliance of pirates and blockaded the port of Charlestown, South Carolina, ransoming the port's inhabitants. He then ran Queen Anne's Revenge aground on Sandbar near Beaufort, North Carolina. He parted company with Steady Bonnet. He's a gentleman pirate. He was a moderately wealthy landowner before turning into a life of crime. Born to a wealthy English family. And settled in Bath, North Carolina. Also known as Bathtown, where he accepted a royal pardon. However, he was soon back at sea where he attracted the attention of Alexander Spotswood. The governor of Virginia, Spotswood, arranged for a party of soldiers and sailors to capture him on 22 November 1718. Following a fierce battle, Tech and several of his crew were killed by small force sailors led by Lieutenant Robert Maynard. Tech was a shrewd and calculating leader who spurned the use of violence, relying instead of his fearsome image to elect the response that he desired from those whom he robbed. He was romanticized after his death and became an inspiration for the archetypical pirate in works of fiction across many genres. Wow. I remember this pirate. He's a cool pirate. This is what the Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff is based off these people. And Blackbeard was actually in the movie. Little is known about Blackbeard's early life. It is commonly believed that at the time of his death, he was between 35 and 40 years old, and thus born in about 1680. In contemporary records, his name is most often given as Blackbeard Edward Thatch or Edward Tech. The latter is more often used. Several spellings of his surname exist. Thatch, Thatch, Thack, Tack, Thatche, Thatch. One source claims that his surname was Dermond, but the lack of any supporting documentation makes this unlikely. Pirates habitually used fictitious surnames while engaged in piracy so as not to tarnish the family's name, which makes it unlikely that Tech's real name will ever be known. Yeah, Stranded says that it's believed that he dabbled in dark magic. And yeah, because that's like the pirate game. They talk about voodoo and stuff. That's where, it's based off of these people. In the 17th century, rise of Britain's American colonies and the rapid 18th century expansion of the Atlantic slave trade had made Bristol an important international seaport, and the Tech was most likely raised in what is then the second largest city in England. He could almost certainly read and write. He communicated with merchants, and when killed and had his position, a letter addressed to him by Chief Justice and Secretary of the Province of Carolina, Tobus Knight. Another, Robert Lee, speculated that Tech may therefore have been born into a respectable, wealthy family, he may have arrived in the Caribbean in the last years of the 17th century on a merchant vessel, possibly a slave ship. The 18th century author Charles Johnson claimed that Tech was for some time a sailor operating from Jamaica on privateer ships. During the War of the Spanish Succession, and that he had often distinguished himself for his uncommon boldness and personal courage. It is unknown at what point during the war Tech joined the fighting, as with the record of most of his life before he became a pirate. Wow, that reminds me of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie in the beginning, and I don't want to spoil it if Stranded hasn't seen it, but this reminds me of the beginning of Pirates of the Caribbean 1. With its history of colonialism, trade, and piracy, the West Indies was the settling for many 17th century and 18th century maritime incidences. The privateer turned pirate Henry Jennings and his followers decided early in the 18th century to use inhabited island of New Province as a base for their operations, since it was within easy reach to the Florida Strait. That's so cool. Wow, I mean, that's so interesting. That's so interesting that they had this situation. And Stranded says she has the all the POTC movies. She has the full DVD set. Well, shout out to you, Stranded. You're based. You're always based, but you're really based. That you have that too. So basically, with the pirate thing, it's like, so in the beginning of Pirates of the Caribbean 1, when Elizabeth Swann is on the ship with her father and Norrington and them, and like she sees the boy floating in the water. That's what reminds me of Blackbeard's beginning. Because Elizabeth became a pirate later, and she was born in a wealthy, cool family. So that's what it reminds me of. That reminds me of Blackbeard. That's really cool. Republic. Republic. Stranded says, I read somewhere that the name Dermond came from someone who claimed to be Blackbeard, trying to get attention, but later discovered that the real Blackbeard wasn't near the port at the time. Ah, I did not know that, Stranded. I did not know that. Didn't know. Hey, didn't know. Alright. Yeah, stranded. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And also in the Florida Straits, so the new province as a base for their operations, since it was within easy reach of the Florida Strait and its busy shipping lanes, which were filled with European vessels crossing the Atlantic. New Province's harbor could easily accommodate hundreds of ships, but was too shallow for the Royal Navy's larger vessels. The author George Woodbury described New Provinces as no city of homes. It was a place of temporary sojourn and refreshment for literally floating population, continuing the only permanent residents were their piratical camps. Followers, traders, and the hanger-ons, all others were transit. In New Province, pirates found a welcome respite from the law. So basically, in this situation, you have they have a new pirate port, and they're trying to do hideouts from their enemies to get at the Royal Navy, just like the pirate game. It's so cool. In the pirate game, they have Blackbeard ship. Tech was one of those who came to enjoy the island's benefits, probably shortly after the signing of the Treaty of Utrecht. He moved from Jamaica, and along with most privateers once involved in the war, became involved in piracy. Possibly about 1716, he joined the crew of Captain Benjamin Hornigold, a renowned pirate who operated from New Province's safe waters in 1760. Hornigold placed Tech in charge of the sloop and taken as a prize in early 1716. Hornigold and Tech, each captaining a sloop, set out to the mainland. They captured a boat carrying 120 barrels of flour out to Havana. Havana. Shortly thereafter, took 100 barrels of wine from a sloop out in Bermuda. A few days later, they stopped a vessel sailing from Maria, Madria, in Charlestown, South Carolina. Tech and his quartermaster, William Howard, may at this time have struggled to control their crews. By then, they have probably developed taste for Madria wine. In 29 September, near Cape Charles, all, all they took from Betty, Virginia, was her cargo of Madria before the sculpted her with the remaining cargo. Edward Tech was a very educated man, and because of his upbringing, he could easily blend in with the higher class. He often gained entrances. I got to put this thing up a little bit so I could see everything. So we're going to put in like a nice message. I can't really see anything because of the heart thing. Alright. Edward Teck was very educated man, and because of his upbringing, he could easily blend in with the higher class. He often gained entrance to homes via gatherings as a guest and stole from the home. Oh, wow. A fun fact about Blackbeard, Edward Teck. We got the pirate encyclopedia with us. And I love pirate stuff, Stranded. That's great that you're not just a Stranded encyclopedia, but you're also a pirate encyclopedia too. Awesome. It was during this cruise with Hornigold that the earliest known report of Teck was made, in which he recorded as a pirate in his own right, in command of the large crew, and report made by Captain Matthew Bunthy on an anti-piracy patrol for North Carolina. Thatch was described as operating a sloop, 6 guns, and about 70 men. In September, Teck and Hornigold entered Steady Bonnet, a landowner and military officer from the wealthy family who had turned to piracy earlier that year. Bonnet's crew of about 70 were reportedly dissatisfied with his command, so with Bonnet's permission, Teck took control of his ship, Revenge of the Pirates flotilla, now consisted of 3 ships: Teck on the Revenge, Teck's old sloop, and Hornigold's Ranger. By October, another vessel had been captured and added to the small fleet. The sloops Robert of Philadelphia and Gold Intent of Dublin were stopped on October 22, 1717, and their cargo holds emptied, as the former British privateer Hornigold only attacked only his enemies, but for his crew, the sight of British vessels filled with valuable cargo passing by unharmed became too much, and some point toward the end of 1717 he was demoted. Whether Teck had involvement in the decision, unknown. But Hornigold quickly retired from piracy. He took Ranger and one of the sloops, leaving the Teck with Revenge and reimagined a sloop. The two never met again, and as did many of the occupants of the New Providence, Hornigold accepted the king's pardon. The king's pardon. So the king's pardon is this thing where they pardon pirates, and a lot of the pirates liked the king and the monarchy. Like, you would think they would be like Antifa or something, but they liked the king. They were pro monarchy, and this was before America broke away from England. You have to understand that. So say if they existed now, or when America broke off, they would have been pro-American for the president and things like that. So, we are it's like they're pirates or patriots. Right. But of course, stealing things like what they were doing was wrong too. But they weren't completely like the Antifa people. They were like, that didn't even exist yet. That was before, like, Marxism and stuff came into being. But they were still bad, but, like, they weren't, like, as bad as some things are now. She said, if I recall correctly, he was also very much against the slave trading and help free slaves. Stranded, that's another thing. There is a deleted scene from the Pirates of the Caribbean 2, maybe 3. I have to look it up. I think maybe 3. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's 2 or 3. Where him and Lord Beckett, Jack Sparrow and Lord Beckett were debating about the slave trade. This was a deleted scene, and I'm going to tell you about it because it was not in the movie. It's on YouTube. And the reason why Jack Sparrow had the thing on his arm was because he was against the slave trade, and Lord Beckett had a cargo ship. And you see, like, so how Jack Sparrow would have looked like, he would have looked like how Crane looked in the Sleepy Hollow movie with Johnny Depp. That's how Jack Sparrow originally would have looked. And he freed slaves off the Wicked Wench, which was a slave ship, and Lord Beckett burned it down and it was renamed the Black Pearl. And Jack Sparrow became a pirate because of the slave trade. So there's another parallel between Blackbeard and the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. On 28 November 1717, Tex, 2 ships attacked a French merchant vessel off the coast of St. Vincent. They each fired broadside across the bulwarks, killing several of its crew and forcing its captain to surrender. The ship was La Concorde, a large French gunman registered Saint Malo and carrying cargo of slaves. This ship had originally been the English merchantman Concorde, captured in 1711 by a French squadron and changed hands several times by 1717. Tech and his crews sailed the vessel south along the St. Vincent and Grenadines and Bicua, where they disembarked her crew and cargo and converted the ship for their own use. The crew of La Concorde were given the smaller of Tech's 2 sloops, which they renamed Musafas. They say Re Concorte, meaning bad meeting. And sailed for Marcu. Tech. Many have recruited some of their slaves. The remainder were left on the island and were later recaptured by the returning crew of Muvasi. Recontre. And Stranded says, I didn't know about the deleted scenes. We'll have to check it out. Yes, Stranded, it's on YouTube. It's like they took that out the movie, but that's a key point in the movie on why he became Jack Sparrow. But the newer movie really kind of messes everything up that they just made, like recently, like in 2017. You know, it really, it's not canon. You know, and I was at the live streams for the Johnny Depp trial, and a lot of the subscribers, quite a few of them came from there. Shout out to them. And I made very good friends with people from there. And I helped people understand why Johnny Depp was cool people, and why Amber Heard was bad, it was wrong, and it was that trial was great. I'm gonna have to do a live stream of me reviewing, like reacting to that event. I did it before, but I'll do it again, like a one dedicated to that and like commentary about it, and also, so this pirate stuff means a lot to me, and it brings back good memories. All right, Stranded. We're gonna look up. I think it at the Stranded. I want to be certain about which one it's from. Yeah, Stranded. It's on YouTube. Now, him with the guitar, I never expected him to, also do music too. I think he does pretty good on stage with the music and stuff. It's not something I would expect because I usually expected him like as like pirate stuff, and seeing Jack Sparrow with a guitar, I thought it was kind of out of like the different characters and stuff. It's a little bit different than I would think I would see, but because it was like from a futuristic thing, the guitar is futuristic, so I thought it was interesting. A combination of like the pirate past and that I thought it was interesting. Like to me, I think it's okay and pretty cool with him with the guitar. Something I didn't expect though. He's very talented. Shout out to Johnny Depp. Tech immediately renamed La Concorde as Queen Anne's Revenge and equipped her with 40 guns. By this time, Tech had placed his Lieutenant Richards in command of the Bonnet's Revenge. In late November, near St. Vincent, he attacked the Great Allen. After a lengthy engagement, he forced a large and well-armed merchant ship to surrender. He ordered her to move closer to the shore, disembarked her crew, and tided her cargo holds, and then sank the vessel. The incident was concealed in Boston Newsletter, which called Tech and commanders of the French ship of 32 guns, a brigantine of 10 guns, and a sloop of 12 guns. It is not known when or where Tech collected the 10-gun brigantine, but by the time he may have been in command of at least 150 men split among 3 vessels. Well, that's pretty intense. Basically about all the stuff that he did and went through and he made this ship. And basically how he turned that ship into something else. Like the Wicked Wench. This again, Blackbeard mirrors the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise because Blackbeard took the ship, the French slave ship, and made it into something else, and the Wicked Wench was turned into the Black Pearl. That's very interesting, and it reminds me of the pirate game that I played in the beginnings. And Stranded, you see, Johnny Depp, he always dresses up. Johnny Depp, he always wears his pirate outfits, like not like the Jack Sparrow outfit, but he's really stylish. He's really stylish. He has all this like tattoos and stuff and his like rings. Like he wears pirate themed stuff all the time. Very ingenious. And basically what happened was he was playing his like he likes to do he's in a band and he does like singing and stuff with a guitar, electric guitar. He's a musician. I like him. I think he's a good musician. I just didn't expect him to be a musician. All right, continuing. On December 1717, Tex stopped the merchant sloop Margaret of the coast of Crab Island near Aguilea. Her name Henry Bostock and crew remained Tex prisoner for about 8 hours and were forced to watch as their slop was ransacked. Bostock, who had been held aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge and was returned unharmed to Margaret and was allowed to leave with his crew. He returned to his base of operations of St. Christopher Island and reported the matter to Governor Walter Hamilton, who requested that he sign an affidavit about the encounter. Bostock's deposition details Tex command of 2 vessels, a sloop, and a large French Guineaman, Dutch-built, with 36 cannons and crew of 300 men, and captain believed that the larger ship carried valuable gold dust, silver plate, a very fine cup, supposedly taken from commander of Great Allen. Tech's crew had apparently informed Bostock that they had destroyed several other vessels and that they intended to sail to Hispaniola and lie in wait for the expected Spanish Armada. The Spanish were carrying a lot of gold and stuff, and silver. Supposedly, laden money to pay the garrisons. Bostock also claimed that Tech had questioned him about the movements of local ships, but also he had seemed unsurprised when Bostock told him of unexpected pardon from London of all pirates. So basically, we had this crazy thing going on, and there's a lot of legal trouble that was going on, and that's interesting how they pardoned the pirates. And Turning Guns, welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. Bostock's deposition describes Tech as a tall, spare man with a very black beard, which he wore very long. It is the first recorded account of Tech's appearance and is source of his cognomen. Blackbeard. Later descriptions mention that his thick black beard was braided into a pigtails, sometimes tied in with small colored ribbons. Johnson, 1724, described him as such a figure that imagination cannot form an idea. A fury from hell to look more frightful. Yeah, because the people on the ship and they see this dude and his hair's burning and his beard's burning, they're going to start tripping. Whether Johnson's description was entirely truthful or embellished is unclear, but it seems likely that Tech understood the value of appearances. Better to strike fear into the heart of one's enemies than rely on bluster alone. Tech was tall, with broad shoulders. He wore knee-high boots in dark clothing topped with wide hat and sometimes a long coat of brightly colored silk or velvet. Johnson also described Tech in times of battle as wearing a sling over his shoulders with three brace of pistols hanging in holsters like bandoliers and stuck lightened slow matches under his hat. This man got all the gizmos. The latter apparently to emphasize the fearsome appearance he wished to present to his enemies, despite his fierce reputation. There are no verified accounts of his ever having murdered or harmed those he held captive. Tech. All right, and Tech. Let's see. Having murdered or harmed those that he held captive. Tech may have used other aliases. On November 30th, the Montserrat merchant encountered two ships in the sloop commanded by Captain Kentish and Captain Edwards, the later known alias of Steedy Bonnet. Okay, turning guns. Latina. Alright, that's good. I'm glad that she mentioned me to you. And you're welcome. So our hero, Captain Tech, assumed the conman of Blackbeard from that large quantity of hair which, like a frightful meteor, covered his whole face and frightened America more than any comet that has appeared there a long time. This beard was black, which he suffered to grow an extravagant length as to breadth it came up to his eyes. He was accustomed to twist it with ribbons, small tails, after the manner of our Ramley's wigs, and turned them about his ears. That's a quote about Blackbeard people had about him. Tech's movements between late 1717 and early 1718 are not known. He and Bonnet were probably responsible for an attack off St. Eustatius in December 1717. Henry Bostock claimed to have heard the pirates say they would head towards the Spanish-controlled Samania Bay in Hispaniola, but a cursory search revealed no pirate activity. Captain Hume of HMS Scarborough reported on the 6th of February that the pirate ship of 36 guns and 250 men and a sloop of 10 guns and 100 men were said to be cruising amongst the Leeward Islands. Hume reinforced his crew with soldiers armed with muskets and joined up with HMS Seaford to track two ships to no avail. Through they discovered that the two ships had sunk a French vessel off St. Christopher Island, and reported also that they had last been seen gone down the north side of Hispaniola. Although no confirmation exists, these two ships were controlled by Tech and Bonnet. Another, Agus Constam, believes it very likely they were. Hello, Super D. Glad you could join us. Stranded says, I think he was married and had children. I don't remember, though. Alright, Stranded, we'll look into that to see if he did or not. In March 1718, while taking on water at Turn Fa Island east of Belize, both ships spotted the Jamaican longwood cutting sloop Adventure making for the harbor. She was stopped and her captain, Harriet, invited to join the pirates. Harriet and his crew accepted the invitation, and Tech sent over a crew to sail Adventure, making this is a thing. Well, synchronicity, because we were talking about Israel earlier. The sail the Adventure making Israel hands the captain. Interesting. We were just talking about Israel earlier. They sailed for the Bay of Honduras, where they added another ship and 4 sloops to their flotilla. On 9 April, Tech and large fleet of ships looted and burnt Protestant Caesar, his fleet. These names are really interesting. And then sailed to Grand Cayman, where they captured a small turtle. Tudor, I'm not too sure what that is. Tech probably sailed toward Havana, where he may have captured a small Spanish vessel that had left the Cuban port. They then sailed to the wrecks of the 1715 Spanish fleet off the eastern coast of Florida. Their Tech disembarked the crew of the captured Spanish sloop before proceeding north of the Port Charles town, South Carolina, attacking 3 vessels along the way. Wow. That sounds like an epic story. According to the contemporary sources, Blackbeard flew a black flag with a skull and a blood red flag. So this is on the left side of your screen, you're going to see a skull with black and a red flag. That's what Blackbeard flew. Fun fact. By May 1718, Tech had awarded himself the rank of Commodore and was the height of his power. Late that month, his flotilla blockaded the port of Charlestown in province of South Carolina. All vessels entering or leaving the port were stopped. And as the town had no guard ship, its pilot boat was the first to be captured. Over the next 5 or 6 days, about 9 vessels were stopped and ransacked as they attempted to sail past Charlestown Bar, where Tech's fleet was anchored. One ship headed for London with a group of prominent Charlestown citizens, which include Samuel Wragg, a member of the Council of the Province of Carolina, was the Crowley. Her passengers were questioned about the vessels still in port and then looked below the decks for about half a day. Tech informed the prisoners that his fleet required medical supplies for the colonial government of South Carolina. See, this is back when America was part of Britain. So Carolina was a British colony. This is a little piece of time before, the break off between America and England. and that if none were forthcoming, all prisoners would be executed, their hands sent to the governor, and captured ships burnt. Stranded. I know Israel Hands was the name of a person. Make that clear. It is the name of a person. It's not the. This is before the country I think was there. I have to look on a his. It probably wasn't even a country yet back then. I have to go and check that out to be sure, but no, it was a person's name. Right. I just thought it was interesting. We're talking about the country Israel, and we came across a person named Israel. Rag agreed to Tech's demands, and Mr. Marks and two pirates were given 2 days to collect drugs. Tech moved his fleet and captured his ships within about 5 or 6 leagues from the land. 3 days later, a messenger sent by Marks returned to the fleet. Marks' boat had capsized and delayed their arrival in Charlestown. Tech granted a reprieve of the 2 days, but still the party did not return. He then called a meeting of his fellow sailors and moved 8 ships into the harbor, causing a panic within the town. When Marks finally returned the fleet, he explained that had happened on his arrival. He had presented the pirates' demands to the governor, and drugs had been quickly gathered, but the two pirates sent an escort him and provide difficult to find. They had been busy drinking with friends and were finally discovered drunk. Yeah, Super D, I think you're correct about that. Yeah, it was the Ottoman Empire. Thanks, yeah. And Marks finally, and the governor and the drugs have been quickly gathered, but two pirates sent escort him, provide difficult to find. They had been busy drinking with friends and were finally discovered drunk. I never knew. I don't. Yeah, I don't think I knew that either. I may have vaguely known that, but I wasn't too sure about that. Oh, about the Johnny Depp trial. When I was at the live stream, I met a guy that acted with him in the 21 Jump Street thing, and like he was telling about the Hollywood stuff, and like he would see Johnny, you know, on the street homeless when he was a taxi driver, and he was telling me about how like he like in Hollywood like some women will marry the actors for money and stuff, and like the next day he did a 180 because he was uncertain about Johnny Depp. Then he turned on Johnny Depp, and then him and I had a war in the chat with the other people, and but usually like he was like against him, and then he like kind of like was like okay, then he went back against him, but it's like what Amber Heard did was wrong. That's clear. Johnny Depp's not perfect, but what Amber Heard did is wrong. Yeah. Beaufort Inlet. Whilst at Charlestown, Tech learned that Woodus Rogers had left England with several men of war. Yeah, that's some kind of a ship. In Royal Navy jargon, man of war. Yeah, it's like a type of ship. With orders to purge the West Indies of pirates, Tech's flotilla sailed northward along the Atlantic coast and into the topsail Inlet, commonly known as Beaufort Inlet, of the coast of North Carolina. There they intended to careen their ship to scrape their hulls, but on 10 June 1718, the Queen Anne's Revenge ran aground on a sandbar, cracking her mainmast and severely damaging many of her timbers. Tech ordered several sloops to throw ropes across the flagship in an attempt to free her. A sloop commanded by Israel Hands Adventures also ran aground, and both vessels appeared to be damaged beyond repair, leaving only Revenge and captured the Spanish sloop. This is about the pardon. Tech had some stage learnt of the offer of a royal pardon and probably confined and Bonnet his wingless to accept it. The pardon was open to all pirates who surrendered on or before 5 September 1718, but contained a caveat stipulating an immunity was offered only against the crimes committed before the 5th of January, although in theory this left Bonnet and Tech at risk of being hanged for their actions at Charlestown Bar. Most authorities could waive such conditions. Tech thought that Governor Charles Eden was a man he could trust, but to make sure, he waited to see what would happen to another captain. Bonnet left immediately on a small sailing boat for Bathtown, where he surrendered to the Governor Eden and received his pardon. He then traveled back to Beaufort Inlet to collect the Revenge and remainder of his crew, intending to sail to St. Thomas Island to receive a commission. Unfortunately for him, Tech had stripped the vessel of its valuables and provisions and had mardened his crews. Bonnet set out for Revenge but was unable to find him. He and his crew returned to privacy and were captured on 27 September 1718 at the mouth of Cape Fever River. All but Flower were tried and hanged at Charlestown. The author Robert Lee summarized that Tech and Hands intentionally ran the ships aground to reduce the fleet's crew complement, increasing their share in spoils. During the trial of Bonnet's crew, Revenge of the boatswain Ignatius Pell testified that the ship was run ashore and lost, which Thatch Tech caused it to be done. Lee considered it plausible that Tech let Bonnet in on the plan and accepted a pardon from the Governor Eden. He suggested that Bonnet do the same and was between quadruple alliance of 1718 and Spain was threatening to consider taking a privateer's commission from England. Lee suggested that Tech also offered Bonnet the return of his ship Revenge. Constam proposed a similar idea, explaining that Tech began to see Queen Anne's Revenge as something of a liability, while a pirate fleet was anchored. News was sent neighboring towns and colonies, and any vessels nearby would delay sailing. It was prudent, therefore, for Tech not to linger for too long, although wrecking the ship was somewhat extreme measure. Okay, turning guns. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was 1948 when it became a state. And before sailing northward, and you're welcome, Mary. Before sailing northward on his remaining sloop, the Orca Coke Intel Tech marooned about 25 men on a small sandy island about a league from the mainland. He may have done this stifle any protests they made if they guessed their captain's plans. Bonnet rescued them 2 days later, and Tech continued to bathe, where in June 1718, only days after Bonnet had departed with his pardon, he had his much reduced crew receive their pardon from Governor Eden. He settled in Bath, on eastern side of Bath Creek at Plum Point near Eden's home. During July-August, travel between his base in the town and his sloop off Orcoke. Joson's account states that he married the daughter of the local plantation owner. Although there is no supporting evidence for this, Eden gave Tech permission to sail to St. Thomas to seek commission as a privateer, a useful way removing the bored and troublesome pirate from the small settlement. Stranded, good night. Thanks for coming. And thanks for the information, again, about Blackbeard and stuff. Alright. And Tech was given official title of his remaining sloop. He renamed the Adventure. By the end of August, he had returned to piracy, and at the same month, the governor of Pennsylvania issued a warrant for his arrest. But by then, Tech was probably operating in Delaware Bay, some distance away. He took 2 French ships, leaving the Caribbean, moved one crew across the other, and sailed the remaining ship back to Oracoke. In September, he told Eden he had found the French ship at sea, deserted. There's a lot of deserted ships around, floating around the ocean. That's a very fascinating topic for me also. Like, they're pronounced sunk, but they're still floating. A vice admiralty court was quickly convened present over by Tobus Knight and the collector of customs. The ship was judged as a derelict found at sea. A derelict, never heard of that. Found at sea, and its cargo, 20 hogsheads of sugar, were awarded to the Knight, and 60 to Eden. Tech and his crew were given what remained the vessel's hold. A hogshead. Oh. A large cask of liquid. More specifically, it refers to a specified volume measured Neither imperial or U.S. customary measures primarily apply to alcoholic beverages, such as ale or cider. All right. All right. Oracoke Inlet was Tech's favorite anchorage. It was a perfect vantage point from which to view ships traveling between the various settlements of northeast Carolina, and it was from there that Tech first spotted the approaching ship Charles Vane, another English pirate. Several months earlier, Vane had rejected the pardon brought by Woodus Rogers, an escaped men of war English captain brought with him to Nassau. He had also been pursued by Tech's old Commodore Benjamin Hornigold, who was by then pirate hunter. Tech and Vane spent several nights in the southern tip of Oricoke Island, accompanied by such notorious figures as Israel Hands, Robert Dale, and Calico Jack. As it spread throughout the neighboring colonies, the news of Tech and Vane's imputu party worried that the governor of Pennsylvania enough to spend out 2 sloops to capture the pirates. They were unsuccessful, but the governor of Virginia, Alexander Spotswood, was also concerned that the supposedly retired freebooter and his crew were living in the nearby Carolina. Some of Tech's former crew and already moved into several Virginia seaport towns, promoting Spotswood to issue a proclamation on 10 July requiring all former pirates to make themselves known to authorities, to give up their arms, and to not travel in groups larger than 3. As head of Crown Colony, Spotswood viewed the proprietary colony of North Carolina with contempt. He had little faith in the ability for the Carolinians to control the pirates, who he suspected would be back to their old ways, disrupting Virginia commerce as soon as money ran out. Spotswood learned that William Howard, the former quartermaster of Queen Anne's Revenge, was the area, and believing that he might known as Tech's whereabouts, had him and his 2 slaves arrested. Spotswood had no legal authority to have pirates tried. As a result, Howard's attorney, John Holloway, brought charges against Captain Brand of HMS Lyme, where Howard was imprisoned. He also sued on Howard's behalf for damages of £500, claiming wrongful arrest. Yeah, this is like a ship that was built 32 gun, 5th rate. Wow. So you can see all this legal stuff and these things going on. It's pretty interesting about the pirates went through and stuff. Now this is an interesting part because it's William III, William of Orange. That person in England, that king, was the reason why the people went. This is where the term hillbilly comes from. The mountain people from England. They're from England. They're called the hillbillies because they were of Billy, and the redneck thing also because they wore a red handkerchief. They were supporters of William of Orange, and they're the people that eventually supported him, and they went over to Ireland, and they went over to the Appalachia in the United States. So William III, William of Orange, that's a very historical person with the Americans today, and the Americans coming here from before when they were in England. So I read some interesting history about that. All right. Sportswood's Conseil claimed that under the statute of William III, the governor was entitled to try pirates without a jury in times of crisis, that Tech's presence was a crisis. The charges against Howard referred to several acts of piracy supposedly committed after the pardon's cutoff date in a sloop belonging to ye subjects of the King of Spain, but ignored the fact that they took a place outside Sportswood jurisdiction, and a vessel then legally owned. Another charge cited to attacks, one which was the capture of slave ship of Charlestown Bar, which one Howard slaves was presumed to have come. Howard was sent to await trial before a court to Vice Admiralty on the charge of piracy, but Brand and his colleague Captain Gordon, HMS Pearl, we have a cat named Pearl. Now there's an HMS Pearl. Refused to serve with Holloway present. Incensed, Holloway had no option but to stand down and was replaced by Attorney General of Virginia, John Clayton, whom Spotswood described as a honester man than Holloway. Howard was found guilty and sentenced to be hanged, but was saved by a commission from London, which decreed Spotswood to be pardoned all acts of piracy committed by surrendering pirates before August 1718. Sportswood had obtained from Howard viable information on Tech's whereabouts. He planned to send his forces across the border into North Carolina to capture him. He gained the support of two men. Sportswood had obtained Howard's viable information on Tech's whereabouts, and he planned to send his forces across the border into North Carolina to capture him. He gained the support of two men to discredit North Carolina's governor, Edward Moseley, and Colonel Maurice Moore. He also wrote the Lords of Trade, suggesting the crown might benefit financially from Tech's capture. Spotswood personally financed the operation, possibly believing that Tech had fabulous treasures hidden away. He ordered Captain Gordon and Brand of HMS Pearl and HMS Lyme to travel overland to Bath. Lieutenant Robert Maynard of HMS Pearl was given command of two commandeered sloops to approach the town from the sea. An extra incentive for Tech's capture was the offer of reward of Assembly of Virginia, over above that might receive from the crown. In the pirate game, you start off with a sloop, another synchronicity from Blackbeard. Yeah, shout out to Pearl. Maynard took command of the armed sloops on 17 November. He was given 57 men, 33 from HMS Pearl and 24 from HMS Lyme. Maynard and the detachment from the HMS Pearl took the larger of the two vessels and named her Jane. The rest took Ranger, commanded by one of Maynard's officers, a minister hide, some from two ships' civilian crews remained aboard. They sailed from Key Cofton along James River on 17 November. The two sloops moved slowly, giving Brand's force time to reach Bath. Brand set out North Carolina 6 days later, arriving within 3 miles of Bath on 23 November. Including in Brand's force were several North Carolinians, including Colonial Moore Captain Jeremiah Vale, sent to counter any local objection. Presents for foreign soldiers. Moore went into the town to see if Tech was there, reporting back that he was not, but he was accepted at every minute. Brand then went to the governor, Eden's home, and informed him of his purpose. The next day, Brand sent 2 canoes down Pamlico River to Ocracoke Inlet to see if Tech could be seen. They returned 2 days later and reported on what eventually transpired. Maynards found that pirates anchored on the inner side of Oracoke Island on the evening of November 21. He had ascertained their position from ships he had spotted along his journey, but being familiar with the local channels and shoals, he decided to wait until the following morning to make his attack. He stopped all traffic from entering the inlet, preventing any warning of his presence, and posted a outlook on both sloops, ensure that Tech could not escape the sea. On the other side of the island, Tech was busy entertaining guests and had not set outlook with Israel hands ashore in Bath, with about 24 adventure sailors. He also had a much reduced crew. Johnson, 1724, reported Tech had no more than 25 men on board, and he gave out to all the vessels that he spoke with that he had 40, 13 while, and also 6 Negroes, was the number later reported by Brand Admiralty. So that's like a quote from the 1724 about what they had on the ships. Turning guns, I think so, yes. This is all true. This was historically documented. This was a real pirate that lived, also. Yeah. And this is the last battle this part's called. At daybreak, preceded by a small boat surroundings Maynard's, 2 sloops entered the channel. The small craft was quickly spotted by Adventure and fired as soon as it was within range of her guns, while the boat made a quick retreat to Jane. Tech cut the Adventure's anchor cable. His crew hoisted the sails, and Adventure maneuvered to the point her starboard guns toward Menard's sloops, which were slowly closing the gap. Haid moved Ranger to the port side of Jane, and the Union flag was unfurled each ship. So the Union Jack, this is like the British flag. This is, as I said, this is before America was a country. Adventure then turned toward the beach of Oracoke Island, heading for a narrow channel. What happened next is uncertain. Johnson claimed that there is an exchange of small arms fire following which Adventure ran aground on a sandbar, and Maynard anchored, then lightening his ship to pass over the obstacle. Another version claimed that Jane Rager ran aground, although Maynard made no mention of this in his log. So we have this battle and this situation, and the flags flying around is very epic. Oh, that's great. The birth of the Navy, 1775. That's awesome. Shout out to the Navy. Shout out to America. That's awesome. I'm glad that the Navy's there and we're here. It's good. I didn't know that, turning guns. Thank you. And also, we have this little part on the side here. It says, "Damn you for villains, who are you?" This is like them talking to the pirates. "And from whence you came from?" The lieutenant made him answer, "You may see by our colors we are no pirates." Blackbeard bid him said his boat on board. He might see who he was, but Mr. Maynard replied, "Thus I cannot spare my boat, but I will come aboard of you as soon as I can with my sloop." Upon this, Blackbeard took the glass of liquor and drank him with these words, "Damnation seize my soul, if I give you quarters or take any from you." In answer to which Mr. Maynard told him that he expected no quarters from him, nor should he give him any. Right on, Super D. Yes. And something I also like submarines. I think they're pretty cool. Not Stockton Rush's submersible, the guy that blew himself up trying to see a Titanic, but I think submarines are really interesting. The Adventurer eventually turned her guns on two ships and fired. The board side was devastating in an instant. Maynard had lost as much as a third of his force, about 20 on Jane, where either wounded or killed, and 9 on Ranger. Hyde was dead, and his second and third officers either dead or seriously injured. His sloop was so badly damaged that it played no further role in the attack. Contemporary accounts of what happened next are confused, but small arms fire from Jane may have cut Adventures of jib sheet, causing her to lose control and run into the sandbar of the aftermath of Tech's overwhelming attack. Jane and Ranger may also have been grounded. The battle whom had became a race, see who could float their ships first. Right on, Super D. Yeah, right on. Yeah, the U-boats from World War One, they're ahead of their time, definitely. I had an ancestor or like an uncle that was in America, and he had his own submarine around that time that he he did certain things, and he would go back and forth with his U-boat from Lake Pontchartrain, which is this Lake Pontchartrain is like north of me. It's this giant lake from like there's like New Orleans, like this where I am, and then there's like the north part. And it's like the lake is in the middle. He would go across it. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, I think those U-boats are interesting, Super D. I agree. That's another stream I could do about U-boats. Again, that's pretty cool. A good idea. And also, Menard had lost a third of its forces, about 20 on Jane were either wounded or killed, and 9 on Ranger. Hyde was dead, and his sound and third officers either dead or seriously injured. His sloop was so badly damaged that it played no further role in the attack. Contemporary accounts of what happened next are confused, but small arms fire from Jane may have cut Adventure's Jim sheet, causing her to lose control and run into the snack bar. In the aftermath of Tech's overwhelming attack, Jan and Ranger may also have been grounded. The battle would have become a race to see who can float their ships first. Oh yeah, I love the boats of turning guns. I like the Titanic. I did a lot of videos about that during the Stockton Rush time period, and I will do them again. I built a model Titanic. I love boats and ships, and all that stuff's very cool. It's good that like-minded people could come together and talk about these things. So this is like when they're having the war. Capture of the pirate Blackbeard, 1718. Jean Leon, painted in 1920. Maynard had kept many of his men below deck, and in anticipation of being boarded, told them to prepare for close fighting. Tech watched as the gap between the vessels closed and ordered his men to be ready. The two vessels contacted one another as the Adventure's grappling hooks hit their target, and several grenades made from powder and shoot Field's bottles and ignited by fuses broke across the sloop's deck. As the smoke cleared, Tech led his men aboard the bayonet and high seas of Menard's apparently empty ship, his men firing the small group with Menard at the stern. Right on turning guns. And another thing that I'm interested in is swords and stuff. I like sword fighting stuff. And I was learning about the cutlass fighting, how they did it there, and like the reason why the sword in the British Navy had the cutlass thing was because it was easier to use it on ships. And you just kind of like swing it back and forth. Like that. And like the katana, the Japanese sword, is more martial arts oriented. Right. So that's just an interesting thing we're talking about. Like they went on the ship and they had this epic war. This epic battle. The rest of Menard's men then burst from the hold, shouting and firing. The plan to surprise Tech and his crew worked. The pirates were apparently taken aback at the assault. Tech rallied his men, and the two groups fought across the deck, which was already slick with blood from those killed or injured by Tech's broadside. Menard and Tech fired their flintlocks at each other. Menard managed to hit Tech, while Tech missed. Both then and threw their flintlocks away and drew their cutlasses. There you go, I was just talking about cutlasses. Tech broke Menard's cutlass at the hilt. Against the superior training and slight advantage in numbers, the pirates were pushed back toward the bow, allowing the Jane's crew to surround Menard and Tech, who was by then completely isolated. Tech pressed onward and was about to deliver a killing blow, but was slashed across the neck by one of Menard's men. This redirected Tech's cutlass to strike Menard's knuckle instead of killing him. Badly wounded, Tech was then attacked and killed by several more of Menard's crew. The remaining pirates quickly surrendered. Those left on the Adventurer were captured by Ranger's crew, included one who planned to set fire to the powder room to blow up the ship. Varying accounts exist about the battle's list of casualties. Menard reported 8 of his men and 12 pirates killed. Brand reported that 10 pirates and 11 Menard's men were killed. Spotswood claimed 10 pirates and 10 of the king's men dead. Wow. Right on, Super D. Glad that you also like that too. That's pretty cool. Menard later examined Tech's body, noting that it had been shot 5 times and cut about 20. He had found several items, correspondence including the letter from Tobus Knight. Tech's corpse was thrown into the inlet, and his head was suspended from the bowsprit of Menard's sloop so that the reward could be collected. On the return to Virginia, Tech's head was placed on the pole at the entrance of the Chesapeake Bay as a warning to other pirates and greetings to other ships, and it stood there for several years. Oh, turning guns. That's awesome. Glad that you also like the shipbuilding too, and sloops. That's another thing that you built. Wow, that's really cool. Awesome. That is Edward Tech's Blackbeard severed head. To your right up there. Lieutenant Maynard remained at Oracoke for several more days, making repairs and burying the dead. Tech's loot, sugar, coca, indigo, and cotton found in pirate sloops and ashore in a tent where the sloops lay was sold at auction, with sugar and cotton found in Tobus Knight's barn for 2,238 pounds, and that's more money than our currency. The pound is more than ours. Governor Spotswood used a portion of this pay for an entire operation. The prize money for capturing Tech was to have been about 400 pounds. In our currency, in 2023, it would be 67,000 pounds. So 400 pounds back then was 67,000 pounds. Inflation. Inflation's a really marvelous thing. But it was split between the crews of HMS Lime and HMS Pearl, as Captain Brand and his troops had not been the ones fighting for their lives. Menard thought his extremely unfair. He lost much of his support he may have had, though, when it was discovered that he and his crew had helped themselves to about 90 pounds of Tech's booty, which means what his loot. The two companies did not receive their prize money for another 4 years, and despite his bravery, Menard was not promoted and faded into obscurity. The remainder of Tech's crew and former associates were found by Brand in Bath and were transported to Williamsburg, Virginia, where they were jailed on charges of piracy. Several were black, promoting Spotswood to ask his counsel what could be done about the circumstances of the. It says the circumstances of these Negroes to exempt from the undergoing to the same trial as other pirates. Regardless, the men were tried with their comrades Williamsburg Capitol building under the Admiralty Law on 12 March 1719. No records of the day's proceedings remain, but 14 to 16 accused were found guilty. Of the remaining two, one proved that he had partaken of the flight out of necessity, having been on Tech's ship only as a guest at a drinking party the night before and not as a pirate. The other, Israel Hands, was not present at the flight. He claimed that during a drinking session, Tech had shot him in the knee and that he was still covered by the royal pardon. The remaining pirates were hanged, then left to rot in gibbets, along with Williamsburg Captain Landing, known as a time after the gallows road. So that's what happened to Blackbeard. And Stranded was in chat. She was saying that Blackbeard, his body swum around the ship 3 times before sinking underwater. And he was into dark magic. Governor Eden was certainly embarrassed by Spotswood's invasion of North Carolina. Spotswood disavowed himself of any part of the seizure. He defended his actions, writing to Lord Carteret, a shareholder of the province of Carolina, that he might benefit from the sale of seized property and remain the Earl of number of Virginians who had died to protect his interests. He argued for the secrecy of the operation by suggesting that Eden could contribute nothing to the success of design, and told Eden that his authority to capture the pirates came from the king. Eden was heavily criticized for involvement with Tech and was accused of being his accomplice. By criticizing Eden, Spotswood intended to bolster the legitimacy of his invasion. Lee, 1974, concluded that although Spotswood may have thought the end justified the means, he had no legal authority to invade North Carolina, to capture the pirates and seize and auction their goods. Eden doubtless shared the same view, as Spotswood had also accused Tobias Knight of being in the league with Tech. On 4 April 1719, Eden and Knight brought the questioning. Israel Hands had earlier testified that Knight had been on board the Adventure August 1718, shortly after Tech had brought the French ship to North Carolina as a prize. 4 pirates had testified that with Tech they visited Knight's home to give him presents. This testimony and letter found Tech's body by Menard appeared compelling, but Knight conducted his defense with competence. Despite being very sick and close to death, questioned the reliability of Spotswood's witness. He claimed that Israel's hands had talked under duress and under North Carolinian law. Other witnesses an African and was unable to testify. Was an African and was unable to testify. The sugar, he argued, was stored in his house legally, and Tech had visited him on business. In his official capacity, the board found Knight innocent of all charges. He died later that year. Eden was annoyed that the accusations against Knight arose during the trial in which he played no part. The goods which Brand seized were officially North Carolinian property, and Eden considered him a thief. The arguments ragged back and forth between the colonies until Eden's death on 17 March 1722. His will named one of the Spotswood opponents, John Holloway, beneficiary in the same year. Spotswood, not Sportswood, who for years had fought his enemies in the House of Burgess. Also, council was replaced by High Dresdale, and Robert Walpole was conceived to act. Yeah, that story of Blackbeard is epic. Alright. Last part. Modern view. Official views on pirates were sometimes quite different from those held by contemporary authors, who often described their subjects as despicable rogues of the sea. Privateers who became pirates were generally considered by the English government to be reverse naval forces and were sometimes given active encouragement as far back as 1581. Francis Drake, who was British, was knighted by Queen Elizabeth when he returned to England from around the world expedition with plunder worth an estimated $1 million. That's a lot in our money now. Royal pardons were regularly issued, usually when England was on the verge of war, and the public's opinion of pirates was often favorable. Some considered them akin to patrons. Economist Peter Leeson believes the pirates were generally shrewd businessmen, far removed from the modern romanticized view of them as barbarians. After Woodes Rogers' 1718 landing at New Province and his ending of the Pirate Republic. And the side note here. We normally think of a pirates as sort of bloodlusting that want to slash somebody to pieces. It's probably more likely that a pirate, just like a normal person, would probably rather not have killed someone, but pirates knew that if person resisted them, they didn't do something about it, their reputation and thus their brand name would be impaired. So you can imagine a pirate rather reluctantly engage in this behavior as a way of preserving that retribution. Strongly loose confederacy run by privateers turned pirates in Nassau, so it's like a confederation, an alliance of pirates. Piracy in the West Indies fell into terminal decline, with no easily accessible outlet to fence their stolen goods. Pirates were reduced to subsistence, livelihood, and following almost a century of naval warfare between the British, French, and Spanish. during which sailors could easy employment. Lone privateers found themselves outnumbered by the powerful ships employed by the British Empire to defend its merchant fleets. The popularity of the slave trade helped bring an end to the frontier condition of the West Indies. In these circumstances, piracy was no longer able to flourish as it once did. Since the end of the golden age of piracy, Tech and his exploits have become stuff of lore, inspiring books, films, even amusement park rides. Hey, Jacob. Good to see you here. And since the end of the golden age of piracy, Tech and his exploits have become the stuff of lore, inspiring books and films, even amusement park rides. Much of what is known about him can be sourced to Charles Johnson, a general history, Robertes, murder, and most notorious pirate published in Britain. 1724. A recognized authority of the pirates of his time. Johnson's descriptions of such figures Anne Bonny, Mary Read were for years required reading for those interested in the subject. Readers were entitled by his stories, and second edition was quickly published through author Angus Constam. Suspects Johnson's entry on Blackbeard was colored a little to make more sensational story a general history through his generally considered to be reliable source. Johnson may have an assumed alias, as Johnson's accounts have been contributed in personal and artificial dispatches. Lee, 1974, considered that whoever he was, he had some access to official correspondence. Constam speculates, further suggesting that Johnson may have been English playwright Charles Johnson, the British publisher Charles Rivington, the writer Daniel Defoe, and his 1951 work The Great Day of Piracy. Author George Woodbury wrote, Johnson is obviously a pseudonym. Continuing, one cannot help suspecting that he may be a pirate himself. Wow. And Tech was known to use the black flags with death heads and bloody flags, which were meant to intimidate his enemies. Nevertheless, the pirate flag, which commonly attributed to Blackbeard, depicted a horned skeleton spearing a heart while tossing the devil, was probably never actually used by him, but it's believed that that's an example of the flag that he likely used. Despite his infamy, Tech was not the most successful pirate. Henry Every, retired a rich man, and Bartholomew Roberts took an estimated 5 times the amount of Tech stole. Treasure hunters have long busied themselves searching for any trace of his rumored hoard of gold and silver, but nothing found in the numerous sites explored along the east coast of the U.S. has ever been connected to him. Some tales suggest that pirates often killed a prisoner on the spot where they buried their loot. Tech is no exception in these stories, but that no finds have come to light is not exponential. Buried pirate treasure is often considered a modern myth for which almost no supporting evidence exists. Yeah, yeah, Jacob, big business today in the piracy. Right on. And Tech is no exception to these stories, but that no finds him come to light is exponential. Buried pirate treasure is often considered modern myth for which almost no support evidence exists. The available records include nothing to suggest that the burial treasure was common practice, except imaginations of the writers of fictional accounts of the treasure island, such as hoards would necessitate wealthy owner, and their supposed existence ignores the command structure of a pirate vessel in which crew served for a share for the profit. The only pirate ever to know to bury treasure was William the Kid. William Kidd, not William the Kid. William Kidd. All right. Because I'm thinking about Billy the Kid. Sir Share Prophet, the only pirates ever known to bury treasure was William Kidd. The only treasure so far recovered from Tech's exploits is that taken from the wreckage of what is presumed to be the Queen Anne's Revenge, which was found in 1996. As 2009, more than 2,500 artifacts have been recovered. A selection of the public display of North Carolina Maritime Museum. Alright. Various superstitious tales exist of Tech's ghosts. Unexplained lights at sea are often referred to Tech's light, and some recitals claim that the notorious pirate now roams the afterlife searching for his head. Synchronicity, chat. Earlier we were talking about the Headless Horseman. For the fear that his friends and the devil will not recognize him. A North Carolinian tale holds that Tech's skull was used as the basis for silver drinking chalice. A local judge even claimed to have drunk from in one night. Used basis for silver drinking chalice. A local judge even claimed to have drunk from it one night in 1930s. The name of Blackbeard has been attached to many local attractions, such as Charleston's Blackbeard's Cove. His name and persona have been featured heavily in literature. He is the main subject to Matilda Douglas' fictional 1935 work, Blackbeard, a page from the colonial history of Philadelphia. Film renditions of his life include Blackbeard the Pirate, starring West Country native Robert Newton, whose exaggerated West County accent is credited with popularizing the stereotypical pirate voice. Blackbeard's Ghost 1968, Blackbeard Terror at Sea 2005, and 2006 Hallmark Channel Ministries miniseries Blackbeard. Parallels have also been drawn between Johnson's Blackbeard and the character of Captain Jack Sparrow. I told y'all it's similar. In 2003, the adventure film Pirates of the Caribbean, The Cruise of the Black Pearl, Blackbeard is also portrayed as a central character in the 317 series by John Malkovich in Crossbones 2014. by Ray Stevenson, in seasons 3, 4 Black Sails, and by Tauki Walti, Our Flag Means Death. In 2013 and 2015, the state government of North Carolina uploaded Natulus production videos of the wreck of the Queen Anne's Revenge to its website without permission. As a result, Natulus Productions, the company documenting the recovery since 1998, filed suit in federal court over copyright violations, passage of Blackbeard's Law by North Carolina General Assembly before posting videos of General Assembly passed Blackbeard's Law, North Carolina, which stated all photographs, videos, and recordings or other documentary materials of a direct relict, vessel, or shipwreck, or its contents, relics, artifacts, or historic materials in the custody of any agency of North Carolina government or its subdivisions shall be public record pursuant Chapter 132 General Statutes. On November 2019, U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments on Allen versus Cooper. The Supreme Court subsequent ruled the state's favor and struck down the Copyright Remedy Clarification Act, which Congress passed 1989 to attempt to curb such infringements on copyright by state. As a result of the ruling, Natulus filed motion for the reconsideration of the United States Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina. On August 18, 2021, Judge Terrence Boley granted the motion for reconsideration, which North Carolina permanently upheld the United States Court of Appeals, the Fourth Circuit. The Fourth Circuit denied the statement's motion on October 14, 2022. Natulus then filed their Second Amendment complaint on February 8, 2023, alleging Fifth and 14th Amendment violations of Natulus' constitutional rights, additional copyright violations, and claiming that North Carolina's Blackbeard's Law represent Bill of Attainder 8 years after the passage of Blackbeard's Law. On June 30, 2023, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper signed a bill repealing the law. Super D has a good point. Pirates might be the first instance of using a pistols. Akimbo. If every gun has just one shot, you better carry more than one on you. Yeah. Yeah, Super D, that's a good point. And yeah, and I remember in the game when I played, it's like a pistol. You know, that's probably when it was first used. That's great. Yeah, that's a good analogy. A hogshead of wine is 63 U.S. gallons, while a hogshead of beer is 54 gallons. I didn't know that, Turning Guns. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. talking about Halloween earlier. Yeah, I think that would be great if they had like a prequel to the pirate movie because that would be good. You know, you would have the they should have made that a long time ago. Should have made it a long time ago. Oh. All right. Okay. All right. Well, we have reached the end of the show. All right. So we're gonna go to this other screen. All right. So I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank everybody for coming. And we had a good crowd. We had a good show, and I like the people that came in, and we had a lot of great conversations about many topics. And you know, I'm glad everybody came here. It was a nice program. It was really good. And rechat. Yeah, imagine Turning Gun says, could you imagine showing up to a 1718 with an M4 and a Glock? Yeah, that would definitely blow their minds, certainly. That certainly would. That certainly would blow their minds. And the weapons and the technology we have now, like phones and computers, would be mind boggling to them. All right. And I'll do something really quick. Oh yeah, Jacob, I have the Jolly Rogers flag, and I'll do a short. I have a short. I'm gonna put up about my flag, the pirate flag I have. Yeah, it was from the time period of the pirates that they believe that that was the flag they had back then. It was like passed down orally to our time, and also they had the flag. It was very popular in the early 19 and 1800s. That flag, I love those flags. Changing the title of the video a little bit. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you. Have a good morning, good night wherever you are, and see you on the next one. We'll be live at next week, Thursday and Fridays. Thursday and Friday, 11 p.m. Central United States time. And God bless all. See y'all later.